in Paisley on Friday. As far as the substance of his question is concerned, can I commend the Right Honourable Member for his advocacy on this issue over many years. The UK Government recently launched an HIV action plan for England with the aim of ending new HIV transmissions by the end of the decade. Our recent HIV testing week has helped build public knowledge and understanding so that we can reconnect thousands with the healthcare they need, reduce stigma and, crucially, identify undiagnosed cases. While, of course, as he knows, healthcare in Scotland is a devolved matter for the Scottish Government, we support any initiatives that ensure people across the United Kingdom get the testing they need.
Susan Murray, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Transport in Scotland is devolved, but Labour's new EV tax is not. And Scotland is home to the largest constituencies by area in the UK. This will mean that many rural Scots, who already pay more for electricity at home, will pay more tax despite having less access to charging infrastructure. So can the Secretary of State tell me what discussions they have had with the Scottish Government on the impact of this tax? And will they work with the Scottish Government to improve charging access and to create a mandatory community benefit scheme for those who see the turbines of the Green Revolution from their windows but don't see a fair reflection in their bills?
Hear, hear. Mr Speaker, many of us know from experience of family, friends and others of the difficulty of many charging stations across Scotland, causing the range anxiety, particularly in rural areas of which she speaks. The new electric vehicle excise duty introduces a fairer approach to sharing costs generated by all vehicle drivers through wear and tear on roads and congestion. As a former Transport Secretary, the reality is, as we transition to electric vehicles, it's necessary to look at the taxation of electric vehicles appropriately. While those living in rural areas tend to drive more than those living in urban areas, EV drivers are also more likely to have a dedicated home charger, which allows access to the lowest charging costs, and this ensures that EVs remain the cheaper, greener choice. But nonetheless, I can assure her that we do talk to the Scottish Government on a range of issues.
Stephen Gaffins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, can I associate myself with the comments by other colleagues about the sad loss of Jean Freeman? Mr Speaker, this has been a difficult few weeks for another difficult few weeks for Scottish Labour. So for the benefits of the House, when the Scottish Labour senior politicians have no faith in this government, could the Secretary of State maybe outline what are the major policy differences between them?
Mr Speaker, firstly, let me, and I should have done this in response to the former Secretary of State's earlier question, associate myself with remarks that he offered in relation to the late Jean Freeman. She was a public servant of distinction who served both in the Cabinet and indeed in the Scottish Parliament for a number of years. In relation to his question, he talked about this being a difficult few weeks. The terrible truth is that we've had a difficult couple of decades under the SNP, whether that is their failure to be able to build ferries in relation to transport, whether it's the falling education standards, whether it's their inability to get a grip on waiting times. The real issues that are of concern to Scotland is avoiding a third decade of SNP failure.
Stephen Gaffins.
Unsurprisingly, the Secretary of State hasn't been able to tell me that there are any differences, because this is the sad truth. When it comes to every issue, Keir Starmer's most loyal supporters are in Scottish Labour. When it came to raising tax on SMEs, no problem. When it came to scrapping the winter fuel allowance, no problem. When it came to the two-child cap that even kicked people out the party, no problem. But when it comes to their own jobs, then there's a problem. Does the Secretary of State understand why Labour are falling so far and so fast?
Mr Speaker, he talks about sad truths. The sad truth in relation to jobs is that 1 in 7 young Scots between 16 and 24 are not in either employment, education or training. The Scottish Government, of which he served, also uphold another sad truth, which is it's hard to think of a single area of Scottish public life over the last 19 years where we've seen an improvement. Scottish schools used to be the envy of the world. His government has delivered falling standards. The Scottish National Health Service, with brilliant staff, contrasts very badly with the level of progress that's being made by colleagues down here in relation to waiting lists. Whether it's being weak on defence, inadequate on further education colleges, or generally just a secret and inadequate government, there's a whole lot of change coming in May, I hope.
Robin Swan.
Question number 2, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, can I begin by thanking the honourable member for his consistent and thoughtful engagement on this bill. The Government is committed to delivering truth and accountability for those who are bereaved or seriously injured during the Troubles, which is why we've introduced the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill in October. The previous government's Legacy Act delivered no real support to veterans in legacy processes. The Troubles Bill will put in place deliverable protections designed in line with our human rights obligations and in consultation with veterans, including those from Scotland. And I can confirm that the Scottish Veterans Commissioner met with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland just in December.
Swan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, can I join within the commemorations for Jean Freeman, having served with her during her period as Health Secretary. But can I ask the Scottish Minister then, in regards to the question I asked, was actually has the Scottish Secretary of State met with the Scottish Veterans Commissioner in regards to the Northern Ireland Troubles Bill? Because this piece of legislation will have a dramatic effect on veterans across the United Kingdom, no matter where they served. And I think it would be best that the Scottish office also knew the impact that it was going to have.
So I would be delighted to meet with the Scottish Veterans Commissioner, but as you will appreciate, the Northern Ireland office leads on these matters. And we do, and we should put on record, we owe a huge debt to the 250,000 Northern Ireland veterans who served with honour to bring about peace in Northern Ireland. And it's this government's firm view that no veteran who properly carried out their duty should be forced to face an endless cycle of legal uncertainty.
Tim Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Labour promised to renew the nation's contract with those who served our country. Therefore, can the Minister set out what support the new veterans strategy will have for the around 10,000 veterans in Glasgow?
You're right, James.
I do agree with my honourable friend. This government is firmly committed to ensuring that those who have served receive the support, respect and recognition that they deserve. Our new veteran strategy, underpinned by our commitment to bring the Armed Forces Covenant fully into law, includes £50 million for Valour, the first ever UK-wide government approach to veteran support. For veterans in Glasgow and across Scotland, this means clearer pathways to services, better advocacy and a system that understands and recognises their unique experiences.
Johnny Reid.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
So stay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will answer questions 3 and 9 together. Scotland is at the heart of keeping the UK secure at home and strong abroad. Just last week, as has already been referenced, I visited Australia, New Zealand and Singapore, working to strengthen our defence partnerships and increase export opportunities for the Scottish defence industries. That defence dividend has already delivered. Record orders worth £10 billion for the Clyde shipyards, new investments of £340 million in Rosyth, £250 million in Faslane, and a contract of £453 million for Leonardo in Edinburgh.
Thank the Secretary of State for that answer. This government's increase in defence spending is delivering £2 billion a year for Scotland, as well as 12,000 jobs. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the greatest threat to my constituents in East Kilbride and Straven is an SNP government that plays student politics with defence and won't use its existing powers to back Scottish industry, young people and our national security?
Not for the first time, Mr. Speaker. I find myself in agreement with my honourable friend. The UK Labour government has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War, totalling £270 billion in this Parliament alone. And in contrast, the SNP-led Scottish Government's position on public funding for defence is risking jobs, skills and investment in Scotland. Despite record funding provided by the UK Government, they are weak on defence, dismal on further education, and Scotland deserves better than a third decade of a failed SNP government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Labour's defence industrial strategy will strengthen our security across the whole United Kingdom and deliver an unprecedented growth deal for Scotland. £250 million of UK-wide investment and £182 million for skills. And for me, this is personal. My grandfather worked on the Glasgow shipyards, part of a proud tradition that has served the whole UK. Does my right honourable friend agree that a strong Scottish defence sector delivered by a UK Labour government strengthens all of us?
Mr. Speaker, can I thank my honourable friend for his question? My own grandfather worked as an engineer in Glasgow, so I appreciate the proud heritage of which he speaks. The Government's defence industrial strategy will deliver a record boost for Scotland's economy, creating highly skilled jobs for years to come. Alas, when the SNP-led Scottish Government stepped back, it took the UK Labour Government to step in and give young people the welding skills they needed. As we mark the 4th anniversary of Putin's invasion of Ukraine, the security challenges facing NATO are clear for almost all of us to see, and yet the Scottish Government remains committed to unilateral nuclear disarmament.
Christine Jardine.
very much, Mr. Speaker. Many of my constituents in Edinburgh West work in the Leonardo's factory, which the Secretary of State mentioned, and they contribute hugely to this economy. But they are concerned at the contradiction between what the UK government says and what the Scottish government says about defence spending. So can he detail just exactly how the government will support them going forward?
Join the European.
So, Mr. Speaker, I had the chance to visit the Leonardo facility with my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Defence in recent works, and saw for myself the transformation that have been witnessed since it was originally Ferranti, with the strong support of the UK government behind it. But she raises a really important question, which is when you talk to the defence prime companies in Scotland, they cannot get Scottish Government civil servants to even explain the policy that the First Minister announced last September. That is imperiling investment, it is imperiling apprenticeships, and it is imperiling jobs in Scotland, and Scotland deserves better.
Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister agree that increased defence orders in Scotland have the potential to strengthen the defence industry and the industrial base across the whole of the United Kingdom? And will he make an assessment of the opportunities this presents, in particular for Northern Ireland companies?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I find myself in agreement that with that biggest sustained increase in defence expenditure since the Cold War, not simply in Scotland, where it supports about 12,000 Scottish jobs, but in Northern Ireland, in Wales and in England, there are real opportunities for a defence dividend. That is why the defence industrial strategy is UK-wide. It's why, notwithstanding the weakness on defence and on economic support from the Scottish Government, we remain committed to that strategy.
Gregory Stafford.
Question number 4, sir.
Sarah State.
Firstly, I would respectfully remind the honourable gentleman that it was the Conservatives who brought in the energy profit levy in 2022. Oil and gas will be a central part of the energy mix in the UK for decades to come, but it's also right to recognise that there's a transition that needs to be managed, and there was an abject failure of the previous government to manage that transition. The Chancellor confirmed at the budget that we are ending the EPL on the 31st of March 2030.
Gregory Stafford.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Secretary of State is totally uninterested in the reality of what's happening in the industry because of the EPL. 1,000 jobs a month are being lost as a direct result of this government's decision. All the while, we're importing more at a higher cost with higher emissions. Jobs are being lost, investments being turned away, and our energy security is being undermined. At the same time, despite what the Minister says, bills are going up for my constituents. Why will he not actually rectify this and sort this problem out for the whole country?
So, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if he's had a chance to listen to the radio this morning in terms of see the progress that is being made there. But let's introduce some facts. Let's introduce some facts to the debate. This isn't a trend in terms of the North Sea that emerged yesterday. This is a mature basin. There's been a 75% reduction in production between 1999 and 2024. We've been a net importer since 2003, and we lost more than 70,000 jobs from the basin in the last 10 years when the Conservatives were in power.
And can I associate myself with the remarks on Jean Freeman? Does my right honourable friend agree that while oil and gas in the UK will play a vital role for decades to come, we have great opportunities for Scottish businesses in renewables, including at the Methil yard in my constituency, ideally placed to deliver renewables infrastructure as well as vital defence contracts, for example, programme Euston?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend's entirely right. I had the opportunity to visit the Navantia yard in Methil just a couple of weeks ago. It was just over a year ago that, as a Labour government, we stepped in to secure the future both of the Methil and the Arnish yards. Since then, Navantia have announced a further £12 million of investment in the Methil site. Just another example of what's possible when a UK Labour government and industry work together for Scotland's benefit.
Andrew Bowie, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would have preferred that Europe could do with just green energy, but the reality is different, and I fundamentally believe it is better for Europe to get gas from Denmark than from countries outside our continent. Those are the words of the Danish Energy Minister, a minister in a government that's looking to extend licences in that country. The Danes can see what is blindingly obvious, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to have a demand for oil and gas for many years, and it is better we use our own, support our own economy, support our own workers, and support the existing industry that will will invest in the future. So who does the Secretary of State agree with? The Danish Energy Minister, the head of GB Energy, Scottish Renewables, trade unions, everyone else, or his colleague, the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's worth reminding the honourable gentleman that it was actually a Conservative government that introduced EPL. We've been clear that the EPL comes to an end in 2030. It's also worth pointing out, of course, that oil and gas in the North Sea is sold into global markets. And it's also worth pointing out that we lost a third of the jobs in the North Sea under the government in which he served. So I'm very happy to listen to other voices. About the last voice I'd listen to would be the Scottish Conservative Party.
Andrew Bowie.
But global markets, supporting the Scottish oil and gas industry supports 90 times more jobs than imports. Supporting the oil and gas industry yields 150 times more income tax and national insurance revenues than imports. Supporting the Scottish oil and gas industry delivers 400 times more oil and gas company taxes than imports. And supporting the Scottish oil and gas industry has a gross value added of £96 million to the UK compared to zero from imports. Everyone else understands it. So please, can the Secretary of State explain to everyone in the country what on earth is this government playing at?
Mr. Speaker, there is an aching gap, the width of the North Sea, between what he says and what they did. The reality is, for all of his conversations and protestations now about supporting Scottish oil and gas industry workers, what is the reality? Under his government, we lost a third of the North Sea's workforce. They failed time and time again to come up with a plan, and it falls to Labour once again to clean up their mess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 5.
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend and I both know that the Tartan Army will be out in full force supporting Scotland's FIFA World Cup campaign this summer. The UK government is working with partners in the host countries and the SFA to provide guidance to supporters on travel security and consular assistance. We are determined to help everyone have a fantastic and safe World Cup, hopefully beyond the group stages.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite fears of trade tariffs, I've checked, and the price of a pint of beer in Boston, Massachusetts, where Scotland are due to play the first game, is about $8 a pint. And that's a bargain, Mr. Speaker, because the SNP want to charge their fans £750 a pint to have a drink with the member for Aberdeen South, who unusually is not in his seat today. Now, I'm always open for a pint with the opposition, but would the Secretary of State rather have a beer in Boston with the Tartan Army or have a pint of bitter with the SNP?
Mr. Speaker, can I commend my honourable friend for his question? I'm not sure I'm going to be coming down the road to have a pint with the member for Aberdeen South anytime soon. In fact, come to think of it, I'd walk 500 miles to avoid having a beer and a blether with him.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm quite surprised at that last question there, because one of the things that Scotland qualifying for the World Cup brings is a unity to our nation. We're all looking forward to Scotland competing for the first time since 1998, and we're all going to get selfies. It'll be us with the Tartan Army. Do you think there's any chance that we'll get a photograph with the First Minister and Anas Sarwar?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I just respectively point out that we qualified under a Labour government this time, and the last time when I was there in the Stade de France, it was a UK Labour government.
John Lowe.
Speaker, question number 6.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Scotland's hospitality businesses at the heart of our high streets communities are the engines of Scotland's economy. The UK Government has helped businesses across the country by stabilising public finances, focusing on driving economic growth and putting more money in people's pockets. In Scotland, of course, key levers such as rates, business development, skills and planning are devolved to the Scottish Government. So perhaps the honourable members in the SNP benches can explain why the Scottish Government has failed so miserably to support Scotland's hospitality sector in the way it deserves.
John Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I met with Nick and Trish, who own Burt's Hotel in Melrose. Like many other people have done, they explained the immense pressure they're under as a result of her government's jobs tax and the SNP government's eye-watering hike in business rates. So does the Minister think that the government's increase in employers' national insurance has helped or hindered the hospitality sector?
Mr. Speaker, our changes to employers' national insurance were part of raising the revenue needed for the changes in public services from which his constituents will benefit and mine due to the record settlement for the Scottish Government. I would just say to the honourable gentleman, however, that protestations of fealty to the hospitality sector would ring more true had 7,000 pubs not shut under the Conservatives.
Yeah. Please, Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, any support for Scottish hospitality businesses is welcome. However, the recent Scottish budget simply tinkers around the edges, with many businesses still falling for a 400% tax rise hike. Does my honourable friend agree that a fundamental overhaul and redesign of the current system is required, and so that we can deliver a stronger economic growth in Scotland?
My honourable friend is, as usual, quite correct. Scottish businesses are facing eye-watering rate hikes while the SNP government tinkers around the edges of a fundamentally broken system. Meanwhile, Anna Sarwar has been clear. Scottish Labour would revive our high streets with a fundamental overhaul of business rates. Right now, jobs and businesses are at risk, and we want to reset the balance between our local businesses and the online giants.
Shadow Secretary of State Andrew Barr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given the Secretary of State still expects us to believe the Prime Minister has faith in Anna Sarwar's judgment, it's quite clear the Labour Party can still have a laugh, but they do seem to have an aversion to having fun. Why else would they be waging a war against Scottish pubs? Because just like Scottish Labour's election campaign, the sector in Scotland is hanging on by a thread. Last year, one pub in Scotland closed every single week. But it isn't just pubs, cafes, restaurants, chip shops, all facing the same. So will he and his Scottish Labour colleagues join Russell Finlay and the Scottish Conservatives in our call for a pubs and hospitality business to be exempt from business rates rises this year? And will he do what he can to ensure his government stands up for Scottish hospitality? That would surely be something to raise a glass to.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the honourable gentleman heard me about the Conservatives' record. 7,000 pubs lost under their watch. A package of support has, of course, been presented by my right honourable friend for pubs in England by the Treasury, meaning that there is already extra money for the Scottish Government to spend in this area. So I would encourage Scottish Government ministers to step up support for the hospitality sector using the Barnett consequentials that this Government has already provided.
Right. Before we come to Prime Minister's questions, can I welcome into the gallery the Speaker of the Parliament of Fiji and the President of the European Parliament. We start with questions to Prime Minister Edega.
Number one, sir.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4 years into Putin's barbaric assault, the courage of Ukrainians burns bright. We are extending sanctuary to Ukrainians in their time of need, providing the weapons and aid to support them in their fight for a just peace. We're degrading Russia's economy and planning for a ceasefire that protects Ukraine's sovereignty. That support will never falter. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I recommitted to President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people that we stand with them in the fight for freedom, democracy and the values that we all hold dear. Mr. Speaker, let me also congratulate Team GB for their superb performance in the Winter Olympics. They are brilliant ambassadors for our country, and I know the Paralympics GB will also do us proud. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And may I associate myself with the remarks of the Prime Minister in respect of Team GB and Ukraine. A great former Prime Minister once said, "U-turn if you want to, the lady's not for turning." Like the leader of my party today, she was a leader of principle and backbone. But we know this current government is no stranger to the U-turn. So given that, can I gently tempt the Prime Minister to add one more to the current tally to help get Britain working again by backing the fantastic shops and businesses in Melton Mowbray Town Centre and high streets across my constituency and beyond to succeed and grow by scrapping the government's business rate changes that will hit so many of them hard in
Well, it's good to see him in good form, particularly, if I may say so, after his health scare, which he and I have discussed a number of times. He discusses a former leader of his party. He was the former health minister, I think, who presided over record waiting lists. He was the former prison minister who left the prisons overcrowding. And he was the former economy minister under Liz Truss. We're picking up the mess and we're turning it around.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome the fact that our Labour government has recognised the state of Palestine, and I also welcome the Foreign Secretary's statement last week as chair of the UN Security Council, setting out the UK's commitment to increasing humanitarian access to Gaza and advancing a two-state solution. Does the Prime Minister agree that protecting civilians, upholding international law and supporting Palestinian-led governance are essential for a lasting peace?
Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank her for raising this really important issue, because the ceasefire in Gaza remains fragile, and protecting Israeli and Palestinian civilians is critical to the next phase of the peace plan. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of our commitment to a two-state solution, and we will be hosting the peace-building conference in March to build lasting peace and security for both Palestine and Israel. Hamas must decommission its weapons, destroy its terrorist infrastructure, and can have no future role in running Gaza. And Mr. Speaker, whilst aid flows have increased, the level of need is still dire, and the Israeli government must stop blocking supplies and preventing work of international NGOs. That is unconscionable, and it is costing Palestinian lives.
We come to the Leader of the Opposition, Kemi Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate this side of the House with the Prime Minister's comments about Ukraine and Team GB? Mr. Speaker, before the Prime Minister and I became MPs, parties of every colour increased the cost of going to university. The system is now at breaking point for graduates. I believe the student loans have become a debt trap. It is time for all of us to do something about it. Will he cut interest rates on student loans?
Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have to say I'm glad to learn that the Leader of the Opposition has finally admitted that they scammed the country on this. And that applies to everything they did in government. We inherited their broken student loans system. We've already introduced maintenance grants to improve the situation, which they scrapped. And we will look at ways to make it fairer. And we will do other things within the economy to help students. What other things they say? The news this morning, Mr. Speaker, 7 a.m, energy bills coming down by £117 for millions of families and young people struggling. That's guaranteed money off bills in April, driven by the action that this Labour government has taken. We promised to cut the cost of living. We are cutting the cost of living.
Mr. Speaker, I asked him if he would cut interest rates on student loans. No answer. And for the record, energy bills are still higher than when he came into office. He keeps talking about the last government. In case he hasn't noticed, my party is under new leadership. A lot of people wish his was too, including the backbenchers sitting behind him. But let's talk again about student loans and student fees even. Because to win the Labour leadership, yes, with Labour together, the Prime Minister promised to abolish tuition fees. In opposition, the Education Secretary said, graduates, you will pay less under a Labour government. I wonder what happened to those people. But can the Prime Minister tell us whether graduates are paying more or less under Labour?
Prime Minister.
Certainly many in her party are under new leadership, Mr. Speaker. They're up there. The only change she's brought to her party is to make it smaller. And she talks about interest rates on loans. Mr. Speaker, not only have energy prices come down this morning, but since we were last here across the dispatch box, inflation has fallen as well, which has a huge impact on interest rates. Fallen to 3%. And the Bank of England say it's going to keep on falling. That's only happening because of the decisions that we made at the budget, opposed by the party opposite. They talk about the cost of living. This government is taking action, and under their watch, inflation was 11%, which crippled the state of finances for students as their loan rates went up.
Mr. Speaker, I'm amazed. His party is smaller too, including one MP who was arrested for child sex offences. So perhaps before he gets on his high horse, he should ask why his backbenchers are saying that they're being called the Pedo Defenders Party. Yes. So why don't we get back? So if he... Yes, I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I know it makes them... Yes.
Sorry. OK, let's have less. Not.
I know they don't like it, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member want to leave at this stage? Just understand, I want to hear the question, because it's very important that I do hear, because I may have to make a judgment. So I don't need any more shouting.
I know they don't like it, Mr. Speaker, but I haven't said anything that's not true, have I? So perhaps, they should get off their high horse, stop making stupid jokes, and why don't we talk about student loans? Yes. Policies that may have been fine for 2012 with low interest rates are not fine for 2026. The fact is, graduates are paying more, not less. On Monday, the Schools Minister was asked on the BBC why Labour froze the repayment thresholds. She said the government has, and I quote, huge pressures. Those pressures have been created by his taxes and his borrowing to pay for more welfare. Why is the Prime Minister taking from students to give to Benefit Street?
What a nerve. Under their government, student loan thresholds were frozen for 10 years. 10 years. They broke the system. They did it with a bloke over there when they were in coalition together, and we're fixing it. Now, she used to say just a few weeks ago that she was going to focus on the economy at the exclusion of everything else. So I'm doing her a favour by bringing it back to the economy, because 117, desperate to talk about the economy, £117 off energy bills, inflation going down. The other thing that was confirmed on Friday, Mr. Speaker, borrowing is coming down, the biggest surplus on record. That means we've got the economy back under control. We're fixing the public finances. Now, I know the party of Liz Truss don't understand any of this, but she should welcome those changes when she next stands up.
Mr. Speaker, he says they're fixing the student loan system. How? He wasn't even talking about this until I raised it. The fact is, those policies...
And it goes for the row as well. Chair Select Committee expects a standard, not to shout somebody down.
Mr. Speaker...
I don't need any back chat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. He's only talking about student loans now because I raised it. He says they're fixing the problem. The fact is, he's not. Why is it that I'm willing to ditch old Conservative policies that don't work and he wants to keep them? He's not going to do anything about it at all. On Monday, they voted to increase benefits yet again. The fact is, he is taking money out of the pockets of graduates and giving it to people who are not working. It is not fair. It is not just that he is saddling graduates with debt. It's not just that he is saddling graduates with debt. Yesterday, the Bank of England, yes, where she used to work in customer services. Yesterday, the Bank of England... Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Bank of England said that his policies are fueling youth unemployment. That's not us, that's the Bank of England. For the first time ever, youth unemployment is now higher here than it is in the EU. And while he blames everyone else, our young people can't get jobs, they are losing hope and even leaving the country. Will the Prime Minister tell us how he plans to deal with it?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, she says she's ditching failed Tory policies. It's a very long list. 14 years of list. And it starts with the word sorry. And when she says that word, we'll take her seriously. And Mr. Speaker, she talks about the Bank of England. The Bank of England
have reduced interest rates 6 times. We've seen the fall in energy bills. Inflation is coming down. Borrowing is coming down. She hasn't welcomed any of that. I know she wanted to talk about the economy. She wanted to talk anything other than the economy. Perhaps she'll welcome the surge in retail sales as well. People are spending more on our high streets because of the action that we took. Wages boosted for millions of workers, opposed by the party opposite. Free breakfast clubs, opposed by the party opposite. Free childcare, opposed by the party opposite. Every measure we're taking to improve the economy, what do? They oppose it.
Mr. Speaker, he is desperate to talk about the last government so that he can distract from the mess that he is making now. The fact is, he is the Prime Minister today. This is a man who got legislation in to fix his own pension, just him, no one else's. He won't sort out student loans for other people. He has no plan to get young people into work. He has no plan to help graduates get out of the debt trap. They can complain as much as they like. These are facts. 411 MPs, and not a single one of them has any imagination. We are the ones doing all the thinking. Yes, he has already... Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has already made 15 U-turns. Will he make another one next week at the Spring Statement to fix the student loans system?
She wants me to talk about this government. Bills down under this government, £117. Inflation down under this government. Surplus up, record. Resales down. She won't welcome the economic news, but the business community is welcoming the plan. Business confidence is up. The FTSE is at a record high. The President of the British Chamber of Commerce has said this is the year our economy can turn around. Her miserable strategy of talking down the economy isn't working because Labour's got a plan for Britain.
Mr. Speaker, it'll only turn around this year if he stops being the leader. Perhaps they can do something about that. He wants us to welcome economic news. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to welcome the fact that youth unemployment is at its highest ever. I am not going to welcome the fact that unemployment has increased every single month under this Labour government. He is not doing anything about student loans because he is not governing. And he is not governing because he cannot govern. He is distracted by Labour scandal after Labour scandal. Mr. Speaker, even today now, there is an inquiry into the Inquiries Minister. That is all that they have offered since they came in. The defining moment of this man's premiership will not be breakfast clubs. It will be the sight of the man he appointed as ambassador to Washington just last year getting arrested. No wonder they're calling themselves all sorts of things. He needs to stop moaning about us and start fixing his useless government. Why should the country have to put up with 3 more years of this?
Yet again, she's shown why she is so utterly irrelevant. Harping from the sidelines, trying to talk down the economy.
Hello. Please, I want to hear the question. So do your constituents, Prime Minister.
All she does is carp from the sidelines, talk the economy down, talk the country down. In the meantime, because of our work, what is happening? Energy bills down, as announced this morning. Inflation down. Borrowing down. And what's up? Retail spending is up. Investment is up. Business confidence is up. That's the difference a Labour government makes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Residents in Stanley, in my constituency, are very excited about having their say on how to spend the £20 million of Pride in Place funding that Stanley South has received as one of the 250 most deprived neighbourhoods in the country. There are other villages and areas in North Durham that are too small to qualify for Pride in Place at the moment, but also urgently in need of investment. For instance, Grange Villa, New Kyo and the Avenues area of Chesterley Street. Will the Prime Minister consider an additional wave of Pride in Place funding to target smaller, more concentrated areas of deprivation?
Well, I thank him for that, and I know how meaningful Pride in Place investment is to his constituents. We're backing communities with the funding and the powers they need to invest in their priorities, which is unleashing jobs, growth and opportunity. In answer to his question, I can confirm that the next wave of Pride in Place will invest in an additional 169 neighbourhoods focused on smaller areas, looking closely at deprivation. We're reversing the austerity that ripped the heart out of our high streets and our communities and giving local people a real say over how money is spent.
Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey.
Can I join the Prime Minister in congratulating Team GB on our most successful Winter Olympics ever? And can I also join him in solidarity with our Ukrainian allies and friends after 4 years of them resisting Vladimir Putin's war machine? Mr. Speaker, the former Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, has raised deeply shocking concerns that Jeffrey Epstein may have used British airports and even RAF bases to traffic young women and girls in and out of our country. This is appalling. The Prime Minister knows that I agree with Gordon Brown that there needs to be a full public inquiry into all this. If he doesn't agree with Gordon Brown, will he, at the very least, commit to releasing the flight logs and related documents? Will he wait for the House to force the government to do that?
Prime Minister.
Well, I think it's important to appreciate there's obviously a police investigation going on, and I think it's right, and I'm sure he agrees with this, that that has to go wherever the evidence takes it. And we have to let that investigation run its course before deciding what next action needs to be taken.
Sir Ed Davey.
I think we all agree that police investigations should take priority, but that doesn't rule out a public inquiry, and it certainly doesn't rule out releasing the flight logs, which I think really should be. Mr. Speaker, on a different note, it's been revealed the trustee of William Blake House, a care home for adults with profound disabilities, embezzled £1 million. There are very few homes in the country which offer this sort of care, and now it faces closure. As a father of a disabled son myself, can I tell the Prime Minister this situation is one of my worst nightmares. It's one of the worst nightmares of many parents with disabled adult children. The families of the residents have put forward a rescue plan to take over William Blake House and run it themselves. It will require HMRC resolving the debt issue and the Charity Commission to appoint an independent board. So will the Prime Minister meet with the families and back their plan?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising this case, which is obviously a cause of considerable concern, and of course I'll make sure that the relevant meeting is put in place for all of the individuals who need that meeting.
Mr. Speaker, given the recent challenges to the Equality Act, will the Prime Minister commit to protecting those laws which prevent discrimination at work and in society, making sure that women aren't fired for being pregnant and ensuring that everyone is treated fairly, regardless of their sex, race or disability?
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the Equality Act that was passed by the last Labour government. We will always fight for working people, and compare that to Reform, who want to go back to the dark days where people can be discriminated against because of who they are, ripping up protections for workers and renters, and ending the right for grieving parents to take a few days off work if the worst should ever happen to their child. But, Mr. Speaker, I also have to raise this. A death threat was shared by Reform's Deputy Council leader in Lancashire against the brilliant member for Bolsover. It said she should be shot. When death threats were made against the member for Clacton, I stood at this dispatch box and condemned them outright. If he has any decency or backbone, he will stand up, apologise, condemn the comments and sack the individual in his parties. Will he do so?
Nigel Farage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the age of 14, Michel Mandarin was forcibly removed from his home, the coral atoll of Ile-de-Quoi, dumped on the quayside of Mauritius, forced to live on food scraps out of bins. He has resettled those islands, and yet
now faces a removal order from yet another Labour government. So maybe twice in one lifetime, he's going to be asked to leave his homeland. Can I ask the Prime Minister, for a government that is full of human rights lawyers, within and without, why do the opinions and human rights of indigenous Chagosians not matter to him at all?
Prime Minister.
So he has neither the decency nor the backbone to condemn a death threat to a member of this House, whichever party they are in. He doesn't have the decency or the backbone to condemn it and to sack the individual. And that just shows that his party have got nothing to offer the country but grievance and division. Look at their candidate in Gorton and Denton, a man who says anyone who isn't white cannot be English. No wonder he's been endorsed by Tommy Robinson. It doesn't represent our country, and anybody who wants to stand against that hatred and division should vote Labour on Thursday tomorrow in Gorton and Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister update the House on how the government is tackling the misuse of illegal drugs? And will he reassure parents in my constituency of Rugby and across the country that Labour will continue to disagree with the views and the voices of those who think that it is a good idea to legalise Class A drugs like heroin and crack cocaine?
Prime Minister.
Can I thank him for raising that? We are working relentlessly to tackle the supply of illegal drugs and expanding police powers to test more suspects upon arrest. The Green Party's policy isn't just irresponsible, it's reprehensible. Legalising, Mr. Speaker, cocaine, heroin, ketamine and the date rape drug GHB, a drug which we know is used to spike drinks for women. Now, whilst we're making that an offence, the Green Party's proposals would shatter lives, increase antisocial behaviour and see drugs use running rife. And I have to say, as the father of a 17-and-a-half-year-old son, the idea that the argument is being made by the Greens that when he turns 18 in just a few months, it would be lawful to provide him with heroin and crack cocaine is absolutely disgusting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister recently stated we will not allow the powerful to treat justice as optional. He was talking about Epstein's enablers. But my constituent, who uses the pseudonym Isabella, has asked me to ask the PM whether his words also apply to those who assisted Britain's Epstein and Hamid al-Fayed, a monster who, with others, abused her and hundreds of other women and girls in a human trafficking scandal that the Met, unlike the French authorities, are still refusing to treat as such. So will the Prime Minister ensure sufficient resources are committed to fully investigating this multi-perpetrator, multi-jurisdictional, multi-decade trafficking outrage and meet with Isabella and her fellow victims to understand the terrible scale of this shocking crime?
Well, can I thank you for raising this really important case on behalf of really important victims, and I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House are with those victims. Every report of sexual offence should be treated seriously, every victim should be treated with dignity, and every investigation should be conducted professionally. The Safeguarding Minister is meeting the victims, and I will make sure that his constituent is part and included in those meetings. If he gives me the full details, I'll make sure that happens.
Imran Hussain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we have all heard the horrific news that a man entered Manchester Central Mosque last night in this, the holy month of Ramadan, carrying weapons, including a hammer, a knife and an axe. Mr. Speaker, violent and Islamophobic attacks against the Muslim community are becoming far too frequent in our country. Prime Minister, is it not the case that every single politician in this place And I mean every politician, especially that lot over there. Mr. Speaker, they may nod their heads, but this morning we could have woken up to a horrific terrorist attack, killing innocent Muslim worshippers only for being Muslim. Prime Minister, is it not the case that every single politician in this place and every single journalist has a responsibility to stop fanning the flames of hatred against the Muslim community?
Well, can I thank him for raising this really important case and tell him that I share his deep concern and the deep concern of the community over the incident at Manchester Central Mosque, particularly during the holy month of Ramadan. And we will not and must not relent in the fight against anti-Muslim hatred. We must not. Mr. Speaker, I remember visiting Peacehaven Mosque in the wake of the awful attack there. And when I did, I committed £40 million to protect mosques and community centres. It's a shame that we have to do that, but we do have to do it. And we're establishing a new fund to monitor anti-Muslim hatred and support victims. And I want to reassure my honourable friend and the House that we will fight hatred and protect freedom of worship in this country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bicester is one of the fastest growing towns in the country, but the town will be cut in two when rail services start between Oxford and Cambridge and the London Road level crossing closes. Campaigners were ignored by the Conservative administrations for over a decade, but today we're in touching distance of a solution. East West Rail has a detailed plan for an underpass, the Rail Minister is fully engaged, we have financial support from the County Council, and thousands of local residents have pledged £1 to go underground. So can the Prime Minister now confirm that the Government will back the plan and keep London Road open?
Minister. I thank him, and I know he shares our support for East West Rail, which is a vital project that will deliver better journeys, tens of thousands of jobs and unlock up to 100,000 new homes. I agree that access to Bicester must be maintained. Access to Bicester Village must be maintained, my children say, as well. And I think the company have put forward two options on replacing the crossing, and I'll reassure him and his constituents that they will have the opportunity to express their views during the upcoming consultation into relation what would work for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The regeneration of the Belper Mills, a large site with buildings including Grade 1 listed ones dating from the start of the Industrial Revolution at the heart of the East Midlands' only UNESCO World Heritage Site, took a significant step forward last week when planning permission for its redevelopment and conservation was finally granted. The government wants to provide more housing, rightly so, and sites like this, though while very challenging, provide a very important opportunity to support that aspiration and share our national story. Can the Prime Minister tell me what support the government is giving to regenerate at-risk listed buildings and whether we are delivering support to train construction workers in heritage building techniques? And can I ask him to take a personal interest in the Belper Mills because it is an internationally significant site?
Prime Minister. Thank you for raising this, because restoring Belper Mills is not just about delivering the housing his constituents want, but about restoring an iconic World Heritage Site in the East Midlands. We're investing over £1.2 billion in skills, supporting apprenticeships, including courses focused on heritage construction, and recruiting 60,000 more construction workers and backing new technical excellence colleges, so we have the workforce to build the homes the country needs.
Adam Downs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In January last year, Somerset received around 2,000 pothole reports. This January, it was nearly 7,000, a 250% increase. I recently stood on the Fossway in my constituency, where one resident had blown a tyre and another one was checking the damage under his cars. Families and small businesses are paying the price. Rural counties like Somerset have some of the largest rural networks in the country, yet funding does not reflect that reality. Will the Prime Minister commit to fairer funding for rural areas so we can properly maintain and resurface our roads rather than constantly patching them up?
Prime Minister. Well, I thank him, and I know how important it is that we fix the crumbling roads that we inherited from the party opposite. his county council will receive over £225 million as part of our £7.3 billion investment to tackle potholes. We're also implementing tough new standards, so councils have to prove they're fixing the roads properly, and delivering £78 billion for councils to ensure they can deliver excellent local services.
Campbell.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In 2024, 2.64 million animals were used in the UK in medical experiments. As chair of the all-party group in phasing out animals in medical research, I think it's important to note that an estimated 92% of drugs fail in human clinical trials, even though they have passed preclinical tests, including animal tests. Innovative non-animal research methods are increasingly available and provide viable alternatives. Whilst I very much welcome our Replacing Animals in Science strategy, for this to be meaningful, a robust implementation timeline must be set. I ask the Prime Minister to consider that we lead the way and start by introducing an immediate ban on the use of dogs in these often horrific experiments.
Well, can I thank her for her dedicated work on this, and we are committed to phasing out animal testing wherever possible. Last year's strategy, backed by £75 million, will accelerate new alternative testing methods. Alongside banning puppy farming and introducing stronger standards for zoos, we're ensuring the UK is a world leader in animal welfare.
Robin Moore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In 2014, a man in my constituency was ambushed, violently beaten with a pickaxe handle and left lying in the street with serious injuries. At the time of the conviction, the judge called it a brutal attack. Mr Speaker, many constituents have contacted me to express their concern that the perpetrator of this attack is still a sitting Labour councillor in Keighley and was recently pictured celebrating an election with convicted crack cocaine and heroin dealers. Prime Minister, on behalf of all victims of serious crime, will you, as the leader of the Labour Party, ensure that Councillor Mohsen Hussain is not permitted to stand in the local elections this May?
I thank you for raising this. I will look into it straight away and give him a full answer.
Sir Edwards.
Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Order. Mr Benton Glenn, you're getting carried away with some other colleagues behind you. Mr Davis and others, please. Sir Edwards.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Prime Minister, I need your help. Today, alongside leading trade bodies, including UK Hospitality, the Federation of Small Businesses and the Startup Coalition, I am launching the TNT Charter, the Trust and Transparency in Business Energy, to blow up the status quo and support SME access to fair contracts, clearer pricing and stronger accountability. I know that the Prime Minister recognises this as an issue, so can I ask him to deploy powers to bring greater transparency, fairness and competition to the Wild West that is commercial energy?
Mr Speaker, we inherited the highest industrial energy costs in Europe because of the failed policy of the party opposite. Our British industry supercharger is cutting bills for major industries, but she's right to champion the SMEs as well. I can confirm we will appoint Ofgem to regulate and stamp out exploitation by third-party intermediaries, helping to reduce bills, and I'll make sure that she gets a meeting with the ministers to discuss the issues that she's raised with me.
Stephen Gaffney.
Mr Speaker, even the embarrassingly loyal Scottish Labour Party seem to have lost confidence in the Prime Minister. Can I say to the Prime Minister, please don't let that put you off coming and campaigning in Scotland on your government's record. But can he tell us why is it that those who are so close to him have abandoned him, given the government's record?
Prime Minister.
I remember when they used to sit down here, didn't they, before the election, Mr Speaker, and now they sit up there because we won the general election in 2024 with a landslide majority.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. From this April, Springside Special School in Rochdale will open its first ever free breakfast club. That's a big change enabled by this Labour government, and one that the head teacher, Mrs Fierro, said will make a big change to all the parents and children at her school. But Rochdale's growing popularity and growing population desperately needs a new secondary school. So will the Prime Minister arrange with me to have a meeting with the DFE to get our secondary school over the line to help all children in mainstream and in SEND get more provision?
Well, we're determined to halve the disadvantage gap and give all children the best start in life. I'm delighted to see a free breakfast club opening in his constituency in Rochdale. Our actions will lift over 500,000 children out of poverty, and the party's opposite policy is to say they'd plunge them straight back into poverty, which is disgraceful. And through our actions to reform the SEND system, we'll create an inclusive system so that every child can go as far as their ability and talents will take them.
Roger Gale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that some months ago I asked the Prime Minister why, as the Director of Public Prosecutions, he did not bring charges against Mohammed Fayed for rape and for assault. And the Prime Minister replied that this did not cross his desk. I understand that the Met Police delivered 2 dossiers to the Crown Prosecution Service. So if the Prime Minister didn't see them, who did? And could he tell the House when he expects the Metropolitan Police to bring charges against those who aided and abetted Fayed?
Prime Minister.
I stand by my answer. Hundreds of thousands of files are submitted to the Prosecution Service every year. It is important that the investigation is going on. I can't tell him when the decision will be made or what the decision will be, as he well knows, but it is important that every allegation is properly investigated and properly dealt with according to the law.
Final question, Kelvin Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4 years after Russia's illegal invasion, Britain backs Ukraine's fight for freedom. The same freedoms that Labour used to forge NATO to defend. But while Ukraine fights to join NATO, the Green Party wants to break it up. So does the Prime Minister agree with me that as war continues and as Russia broadens its attacks across Europe, those who attack NATO are betraying our security? And, to coin a phrase, are they becoming Putin's useful idiots?
Well, my honourable and gallant friend is absolutely right. Our support for Ukraine is unwavering. And yesterday, I chaired the Coalition of the Willing Call and announced new sanctions to weaken Putin's war machine. The Greens, by contrast, want to pull out of NATO and negotiate with Putin our nuclear deterrent. And Reform are still parroting Kremlin talking points after their leader in Wales was jailed for taking Russian bribes. Both of them are weak on NATO and soft on Putin.
Completes Prime Minister's questions. All know points of order come after we've done the urgent questions and statements, so we're not going to change the policy of the House, because we now come to the urgent question. Nigel Farage.
Thank you. To ask His Majesty's Government to give us an update on the situation with regards to the Diego Garcia American military base and the British Indian overseas territories, especially in the light of the recent comments of the American President.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, His Majesty's Government's objective has been and continues to be to secure the long-term effective operation of the military base on Diego Garcia. It is a base critical for our national security and helping to keep the British people safe. It is a key strategic military asset for both the United Kingdom and the United States. It has enabled our shared security for nearly 60 years. When we came into government, it was clear that our ability to maintain our interest and control in the base was under threat. So this government had to take action to protect our military advantage and to stop our adversaries gaining a hold in such a strategically important part of the world. Refusing to act, Mr. Speaker, could have exposed one of our most valuable military assets to China. So, like any responsible government would, we negotiated a deal to protect our interests. This government inherited a situation where the operation of the base was in immediate jeopardy, and negotiations on a transfer of sovereignty to Mauritius was well advanced by the previous government. The deal delivers on our objective of maintaining the secure, effective operation of this vital military base. It would allow us to operate this joint UK-US base as we have always done. Mr. Speaker, this House knows that the government worked tirelessly with the United States in developing and testing the treaty to ensure that it met our shared security needs. That is why it was supported by two administrations. This is why Secretaries Rubio and Hegseth, and indeed President Trump himself, came out so strongly in favour when the treaty was signed in May last year. I can assure this House nothing in the treaty has changed since the US administration gave their original endorsement of the deal, and we continue to work with Mauritius and the United States. Mr. Speaker, the UK government has great sympathy for the Chagosian community. They feel a deep emotional connection with these islands. We have been clear in our regrets for the manner in which Chagosians were forcibly removed from the islands in the 60s and the 70s. We're working to resume a programme of heritage visits for members of that community. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with both Mauritius and the United States on this agreement. As the Prime Minister has said, we have very close relations with the United States. That relationship matters profoundly, not just to our security, but to the prosperity and the stability that people here at home depend.
Joe Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the situation in America has changed, as you know. The British government went around America and said a whole load of things, such as it was legally necessary to give away the Chagos Islands, which of course wasn't true. Do not give away Diego Garcia. Capital letters from the American president. He likes capital letters in his posts. And all the other arguments have been well rehearsed. The fact that it could cost us up to 50 billion. The fact that the Chagosians weren't just badly treated then, they're being badly treated now because they resettled Ile-de-Croix and they've got eviction notices from your government. But I can tell you this from my trip to the Maldives at the weekend. Something I hadn't realised, and I don't know whether the government knows it either. It is the Maldives that has the historical links with the Chagos Islands, both in terms of trade, in terms of archaeology. In fact, the islands, all the French did was rename the islands from the Maldivian language. There is no basis, historically, culturally, in any way, for Mauritius to have a claim on those islands. And the Maldives are upset for two reasons. One, there has been great stability in this region for decades. And what happens with this treaty, if it goes through, is you finish up with a turf war going on between India and China in the region, and that, indeed, has already started. And I wish to inform the government that we are just a few days away, in my opinion, from the Maldives issuing a counterclaim to the International Court of Justice to say if anybody has the right to the sovereignty of those islands, it is the Maldives and not Mauritius. And I would urge you to pause all of this.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Clacton suggests that we have gone around the American government. I have set out already in my response the extensive talks that we have had with both secretaries and indeed the President of the United States within recent months on this question. There is no question of going around the US government. The Honourable Member says, well, what has changed? Clearly, the view of the United States President may well have changed, but the treaty has not. We have discussed this treaty in great detail in this House. It is a treaty that emerges from talks initiated by the previous government and completed, Mr. Speaker, I would find it more plausible to hear chuntering from the benches on the other side from me were I not a diplomat in the Foreign Office during the period they were negotiating this deal for 11 rounds. Exactly. I do understand that the members opposite, honourable and right honourable, wish to now distance themselves from the 11 rounds that they conducted, but let us at least...
Order. No, one of us is sitting down, don't we? Look, people have put a UQ in. Others, members of this side, want to hear it. I want to hear it. I expect them to hear it. I expect them to hear it in silence. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Returning to the substance of the honourable member's question, I would just like to remind him that if he turned up with a selfie stick to RAF Waddington in Lincolnshire, a similarly sensitive military base, he would be turned away. I do not understand his surprise, or those who travelled with him, that when you sought over the weekend to film a video on a sensitive military site under the control of the UK, it is part of the British Indian overseas territories, as you know, and I would encourage the honourable member and indeed every member of the public to check British travellers.
Order. You keep saying you. I am absolutely not responsible about this filming or the involvement. Please, I'm being drawn into something I don't wish to be at this stage.
Mr. Speaker, I can only apologise. We not seek to draw you into such a flagrant incident of ignoring travel advice. The treaty is as it was signed. It is going through both houses of Parliament. We are discussing this with our American colleagues. The fact that the honourable member sought to take a selfie video on the islands does not change any of those facts.
Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister please assure the House that international law will apply to Diego Garcia, either by way of the ownership or the use of Diego Garcia, either by our military or the Americans?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for the question. Of course, the UK government will abide by international law and will continue to do so.
The Minister, Wendy Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Labour's Chagos surrender is a shameful, unnecessary and reckless deal that leaves Britain weaker, poorer and less secure. This is not a legal necessity, it's a political choice made by a floundering Prime Minister, and it is British taxpayers who are left to pay the price. No other government would pay £35 billion to hand over its own sovereign territory and make its country less secure in the process. At a time when families are being squeezed, ministers are asking them to subsidise another country's budget, potentially funding tax cuts in Mauritius while taxes rise here at home. That's indefensible. So can the Minister confirm that no payments will be made under the treaty of the so-called strategic partnership unless and until ratification is fully complete? Because this is a national security crisis too. Diego Garcia is one of the most strategically vital military bases in the world, and yet ministers are pressing ahead before resolving the binding 1966 UK-US treaty, before addressing concerns raised by President Trump, and without guaranteeing that the lease can never collapse or be legally challenged. On UNCLOS, will he confirm that Article 298 provides an opt-out from compulsory dispute settlement for military activities, meaning this is a political choice, not an unavoidable legal trap? So I ask the government, will they suspend the bill until the legal position with the US is settled and any amendments have been scrutinised under CRAG? Will he confirm whether the Pelindaba Treaty would apply were Mauritius to take sovereignty? And if so, what ironclad safeguards protect our nuclear deterrent? And finally, what of the British Chagosians, some of them now on the islands? Can he guarantee there will be no forced removal and that their rights will be protected in full? Mr. Speaker, British sovereignty is not for sale, and this House should not be bounced into surrendering it.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, I would find the Conservative position more plausible had there not been 11 rounds of negotiations. The attempt from the other side, from both benches, to act as if though there was no issue here to be addressed, that the reason they started with 11 rounds was some sort of lack of focus. Well, if there was not an issue to address, I am not sure why you started. Sorry, why honourable members on the benches opposite began the negotiations. I can assure the House, Mr. Speaker, that of course the passage of the treaty will go through the full process of Parliament in the usual way, and we are discussing these questions with the Americans in the usual way.
Grimston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I say, risking the accusation of creeping, it's a great pity you aren't in charge of these negotiations. The deal we have come to, or are coming to, is inexplicable, both in principle and in costs to my constituents. And I very much doubt, at the time of the next general election, most Labour candidates, and indeed our manifesto, will point to the cost of 100 million a year and giving up ownership of these islands. Can I remind my honourable friend, and I'm sure he knows it off by heart, of page 120 of the Labour manifesto, which says, defending our security also means protecting the British overseas territories and Crown dependencies, including the Falklands and Gibraltar. Labour will always defend their sovereignty and right to self-determination. We haven't even consulted the Chagosians. Will my honourable friend not reconsider?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would not like to accept the connection being made between the British Indian Ocean territories and Gibraltar and the Falklands. We are four square behind the sovereignty of Gibraltar and the Falklands, who have repeatedly chosen to remain British, and long may it continue. So we are abiding by our manifesto commitments, Mr. Speaker. The issues around the continued operation of the base have been discussed many times in this chamber. They are being scrutinised in both chambers as the treaty goes through the full process that Parliament would expect, and that will continue.
Dr Alpington, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am acutely aware that this question comes in the aftermath of the honourable member for Clacton's attempted landing on the Chagos archipelago last week. And whilst I might admire the honourable member's audacity, I am deeply concerned that those actions trivialise what is indeed a deeply serious situation and potentially render the genuine grievances and injustices that Chagosians feel as a political backdrop to his social media feed. But I also have to acknowledge that the platform that the honourable member has only been created because of a vacuum that has been created by this government. Because the wheels have undoubtedly fallen off the government's negotiations. They failed to secure the support and consent of Chagosians. They seem now also to have lost the support of the President of the United States, and whilst any one of those things might be considered unfortunate, the combination of the two of them looks deeply careless. So can I ask the Minister, please, what is the status of the negotiations right now? What is the latest position of the United States? Will they also take on our very long-standing concerns about the rights of Chagosians? There is clearly not widespread consent here. Will they take on the points that we've been making in amendment after amendment and recognise that Chagosians have the right to self-determine their own future? And can he also accept our concerns about the finances to ensure that Britain isn't left as a leaseholder of these islands if a deal goes ahead without a sitting tenant?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson refers to amendments in the passage of the bill, and I'm sure he will understand why I will leave that to the Minister responsible for the bill conducting its passage. On the questions of the status of the negotiations, as I said, this is going through Parliament in the normal way. We are pausing in discussions with the United States, and those discussions continue.
Alex Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the member of Clacton has a number of additional jobs in combination with his responsibilities as an MP. But after his recent adventure, I hadn't realised small boat captain was amongst them. So maybe as a former Royal Marine, I can help him with his navigation. Can my honourable friend, the Minister, remind the member for Clacton what the what the penalty is for taking a trip to the British Indian Ocean Territory without a permit?
Minister.
My honourable friend paints the honourable member for Clacton as a captain, but I will decline the opportunity to be the sheriff on this occasion. The honourable member says stop the boats, but he did take a private jet there, which wasn't quite consistent with the small boat rhetoric that we usually hear from his party. I want to be clear that obviously there has been an attempt to land, indeed successful, on part of the British Indian Ocean Territory. That is not an area fit for human habitation. It is an area in which British travel advice is very clear that one should not travel to. This House has discussed on many occasions the sensitivity of this base, of these islands. I would encourage everybody listening at home to attend to our travel advice. It is there for a reason.
Right. Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
As always, this argument doesn't depend on gimmicks, but on a detailed examination of the law.
Exactly.
Now, on the 22nd of May, the government made clear in an answer that they were bound by the international law of the sea. But in a written question on the 12th of February, the government said that Article 298, an opt-out on UNCLOS, still applies. So the law remains the same as in 2003 and 2020. This was a specific question asked by the opposition spokesman. We now want an answer. This is desperately important because this opt-out is vital for the Falklands and for Gibraltar.
Minister.
The Father of the House will appreciate that I'm probably not in a position to give him the full detail that he would like on the provision of UNCLOS 298. I am sure that as we discuss the passage of the bill, that this issue can be dealt with outside of the context of an urgent question.
Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister to engage in a short thought experiment? What would have been the reaction had senior members of the Labour Party in opposition, what would have been the reaction if they, at the time, had gone to lobby a foreign government against the best interests of the British Security Service? What would then the reaction of the right-wing media, who have made this their pet project, and the parties opposite be?
Minister.
It's a very good question from my honourable friend. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I was a diplomat, usually what we understood was that politicians British politicians that is, would not seek to undermine the British government overseas. We can argue in this place, but broadly we would try and keep our disputes on our own islands rather than going elsewhere to prosecute them. So I was surprised to see the vigour with which the benches opposite are seeking to undermine the process that we have been engaged in.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Will the government pause any steps in this matter until the judicial review proceedings being brought on behalf of the Chagosian people have been resolved one way or another in the High Court?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm endeavouring to answer the urgent element of the question and leave the question about the treaty and its passage through the two houses to that process, as that's my understanding of how best to deal with these questions. So in response to the question about the judicial review, which I understand is not urgent but related to the passage of the treaty through the two houses, then I'll leave the Minister who is responsible for that to respond in the usual way.
We need to lower the temperature. Everyone can be seated. The Minister can answer each question in full if he wishes to do so. John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been doing the maths about the Reform Leader's weekend. 23 hours in the air in his private jet, perhaps run by Man of the People Airways. 12 hours on the ground. That's a day and a half or so when he could have been delivering leaflets and knocking doors in the Gorton and Denton by-election. So does the Minister share my concern for the Reform candidate, that he is missing out on the active support of the honourable member for Clacton and instead has to fall back on the support and endorsement of Tommy Robinson, aka Stephen Yaxley Lennon?
Minister.
I will leave the questions of how the Honourable Member for Clacton spends his time to the Honourable Member for Clacton. It was not a serious contribution to the debate on Diego Garcia and the British Indian Ocean territories for him to travel there this weekend. I'm sure me and many of my colleagues will be in Gorton and Denton in the coming days.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's slightly bizarre to hear the Honourable Member for Clacton appear to be making arguments that it's the Maldives that should own Diego Garcia. But if I turn to the question from the Leader of the House, let's remove the wider bill, since the Honourable Member does not wish to discuss the wider bill. Very simply, does Article 298 of UNCLOS exempt military bases, yes or no? He's a diplomat, so he knows the answer.
Yes, yes.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the reason why I don't really want to talk about the bill is it's not my bill, and it's quite detailed, and it's going through to both chambers of the House. I'm very happy to ensure that the relevant minister writes and provides the answer to the issue.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would agree with the Honourable Member for Clacton about the need for proper scrutiny of the vast sums of taxpayers' money that the government proposes to send to Mauritius. Yet I am puzzled that the Honourable Member for Clacton would travel all the way to the British Indian Ocean territory without a permit, given that Diego Garcia is a military base. The former leader of Reform UK and Wales is spending time staring at a security fence after pleading guilty to 8 counts of bribery. Does the Minister agree with me that the Honourable Member for Clacton can only be curious to know what it is to stare at a security fence?
Minister.
I suspect that's a question for the Honourable Member for Clacton. I think the practice of the former Reform leader in Wales is well known and understood, but having declined to comment on the bill, I think I'll have to decline to comment on the goings-on of the Reform Party.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Reports suggest that Foreign Office officials have been instructed to act as if this treaty is in full operation. Now, the reason why this is important is that we may be days or even hours away from military action against Iran. The key question here is, does the US then have to inform the UK and then inform Mauritius about wanting to use the base as a site for military operations? And if so, has the American government approached the UK about such use?
Very good. Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, for a reason long well established in this House, I won't be drawn on hypotheticals or ongoing military operations, but I would also like to reassure the House and the Honourable Member that the treaty is in force only once it has passed Parliament in the usual way.
Robert Jenrick.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the surrender of British sovereign territory began under my former party and has only been made worse by this Labour government. It is a damning indictment of the two old parties. The Minister represents the neighbouring town to me, and when he's not jet-setting, he presumably walks the same streets and talks to the same people. How can he hand on heart say that his constituents should spend up to £50 billion on this policy at a time when taxes are rising, bills are rising, and everyone in this country feels hard up?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I am appalled by the Honourable Member for Newark. Newark may well be a market town, but Lincoln is a city and has been for a very long time, and so I'd invite him to withdraw that remark. I don't receive a great deal of correspondence from constituents in Lincoln on this question. Mostly, my constituents in Lincoln prioritise Britain's national security. They understand, through our extensive history in Scampton, in Waddington, in Cranwell, of the importance that Lincolnshire plays in the UK's national security, and they would expect me and the rest of the government's ministers to prioritise that at all times.
David Reid.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think the vast majority of this House can agree that the arguments for giving away our Chagos Islands have been threadbare at best, which leads one to believe that there must be sensitive elements of this deal. So it's interesting to listen to one of the former SCDO special advisors, Ben Judah, and I quote, "Once you've been briefed, even partially, on what it does, i.e. the islands, the information gives you vertigo. Both now and in government, communicating the details to the public would be violating the Official Secrets Act." Now, given that this is going to cost the British taxpayer billions of pounds, does the Minister not believe that it should be incumbent on the government to declassify some of this information so that us here in Parliament and the British public know what they're paying for?
No. I mean, we won't declassify what we do in RAF Waddington. We won't declassify what we do in defence of the realm. And it's not a serious proposition. There are obviously mechanisms through Parliament by which secret material can be considered through the ISC, and we'll continue to use that mechanism.
Andrew Rosendale.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think we're getting to the crux of this issue. The Minister was in the Foreign Office when these negotiations were taking place. He should know that the Ile de Coin and Penos Banos, which is the atoll where Misli Mandarin, the First Minister appointed by the Chagosian people, is currently situated, he should know that it's nowhere near Diego Garcia. It is over 120 miles away from that military base. It poses no threat. The people on those islands pose no threat to security or to the military base at Diego Garcia. This is a sham. This government and the last government have been denying the truth. The truth is that the Chagosian people are British and they should be given the same rights of self-determination that the Falkland Islanders, the Gibraltarians and all British overseas territories rightly deserve.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm rather old-fashioned. The territory he refers to is within the British Indian Ocean territories. The law that applies to the whole of the territory. The travel advice, which I'm not sure the Honourable Member for Clacton acquainted himself with before he travelled, is clear on all of the islands. And so I understand that he is making a point about geographic distance, but the sovereignty and the law applies nonetheless. On the question of Chagosian representation, the Honourable Member will know that there is considerable disagreement within that community and that the Prime Minister to whom he refers is not internationally recognised.
Oliver Dowden.
I genuinely have respect for the Minister, as he knows, but I'm also very confused as to the government's position, because as he will know from his time in the Foreign Office, one of the principal issues to which he refers is the fact that the previous US administration was not comfortable with the disputed status of this territory under international law. But it's now clear that the current President of the United States has no such concerns, has no such qualms. So given those circumstances, why are we continuing to burn capital with the current administration rather than saying, let's put this whole thing on hold and look for a solution that might actually work better both for the United States government and the interests of the United Kingdom?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for his question. To be clear about the current position, as he knows, there was support for from the US administration for this treaty, which has not changed. There clearly has been a statement from the President of the United States more recently, which is very significant. And as I told the House, we are now discussing those concerns with the United States directly. We have a process going through Parliament in relation to the treaty. We will bring that back to Parliament at the appropriate time. We are pausing for discussions with our American counterparts.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whatever members across this House might say, the member for Clacton's done a service to us in raising this matter today, because this is a dodgy deal founded on a bogus basis. Let me explain, Madam Deputy Speaker. When this was introduced to the House, we were told that it was done, the government were doing so on the basis they would be sanctioned internationally. And in particular, they described the most proximate and most potentially serious as the International Tribunal for the Law of the Seas. In subsequent written questions, I discovered that far from that, and I quote the answer to the question, the stance on Article 298 remains unchanged from prior declarations of 2003 and 2020, which means we can opt out. There was no obligation, no necessity, and I have to say, Madam Speaker, and I use these words cautiously, because I know and like the Minister, and I know and like the Secretary of State Defence. It seems to me this House was inadvertently misled in the original statement, as is proved by the subsequent answers to written questions. So will the Minister clarify that urgently, because it is a very serious parliamentary matter and a matter of national significance?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable member is a colleague in Lincolnshire, so I don't like to disagree with him, including on the value of the honourable member's weekend trip. On this question of 298, I can hear the strength of views across the House. As I understand it, this is a particularly complex and contentious area of law. I hear the House's desire for further clarification from the government, and I'm sure the relevant minister will be very happy to write. I am not the relevant minister. I'm the Minister for the Middle East, as you know.
Alistair.
Just to continue on this theme, it was only a few months ago that this House was told that if we didn't approve this treaty, there would within weeks be binding international judgments against us. What international tribunal was ever capable of ruling on a military base? What tribunal was the government talking about? Because we know that the International Tribunal on the Law of the Sea has no jurisdiction on military bases and no jurisdiction on sovereignty. So what on earth was the government trying to persuade this House about?
Madam Deputy Speaker, again, there is this desire to suggest that there was no issue, that the 11 rounds started by the previous government were done for no reason, and that there was not substance behind our concerns, no substance behind the support. I quote from US Secretary Hegseth: "This is a vital military base for America. The UK's very important deal with Mauritius secures the operational capabilities of the base and key US national security interests. We are confident the base is protected for many years ahead." We were engaged with a real problem, seeking to find a real solution. If members would like more on some of the particulars around 298, which I have heard and I've committed that we will write, then we're very happy to provide it. But this is not a new argument about this treaty.
Dr. Andrew Morrison.
How much political capital is this government prepared to burn through with a highly transactional White House in order to secure more helpful language on the Chagos Islands?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this government will seek to pursue Britain's national interests. We are sometimes going to disagree, as the Prime Minister has made clear, with our friends and allies in public. We will seek to resolve those issues in private, but the principles driving the decisions of the ministers of this government will be Britain's interests and our national security.
Rebecca Paul.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement, but I would suggest in future that the appropriate Minister is sent that can actually respond to our questions. But let's give this another go. Here's another straightforward question for you, for the Minister. Apologies. Has the government declined the US permission to use Diego Garcia and other UK bases, including Fairford, to launch strikes on Iran?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thought it was rather disparaging comments about my preparedness, so I would encourage her to listen to my previous comments, which is I won't be drawn on operational questions for reasons which are about whether a specific RAF base is being used. Would you have, would the honourable members opposite have been drawn? I think they would not have.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have been saying for months that to give away the Chagos Islands and pay for the privilege is complete and utter madness. Having ran this through, we are now told that the government is taking, and I quote, a pause for thought. Can the Minister explain why the government signed off on this disastrous and disastrously expensive handover agreement without having thought about it first?
Minister.
Interesting that the honourable member starts with months. If we go back years, when she was a SPAD in the previous government and the talks were conducted, there was clearly recognition within the Conservative government that there was a real issue to be addressed. You pursued talks. You took them into text. You took them into...
Order. The two U's in one go, Minister. Have another go. Come on, off you go. Come on.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I apologise. I am failing again. The honourable member will appreciate the scepticism on this side of the House when the Conservative government started this process, when two American administrations recognised that there was a real issue to be addressed here. when this American administration supported the steps that we had taken in May.
Objective.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I would push back slightly on what the Minister's saying. As we know, the discussions between the UK and the government of Mauritius around the sovereignty of the Chagos Islands started in January 2009 under the previous Labour government, as confirmed to me by the Minister for the Overseas Territories. So I think you might want to bear that in mind. But the question that I want to raise is around Jonathan Powell, the National Security Advisor, who prior to being the National Security Advisor was the Prime Minister's Special Envoy to the British Indian Ocean Territories and still is today. Prior to being appointed on the 6th of September, he conducted meetings with the FCDO. He confirmed that he has already seen the deal prior to being in post and was then given a hard copy of the deal when he reached Port Louis. When did he attend Port Louis? Was it prior to his appointment as the PM Special Envoy? And what security clearance did he have when he saw the Chagos deal for the first time?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on the honourable member's first question about when talks started, as I understood it, it started on the Conservative government, but I'm very happy to check the Foreign Office record and come back on that question. Whether they were started in 2009 or indeed in 2010, that was, if I may say so, quite a long period in which the Conservative government was in charge, in which this strength of feeling was not demonstrated, and indeed other honourable members did not raise these issues in their time. Well, the suggestion, if I may say so, Madam Deputy Speaker, from the Conservative benches that they were vociferously against this. They just took 11 occasions to try and work that out. Doesn't feel very plausible to me. But the honourable member asked me some specific questions about the Jonathan Powell's work as an envoy. I thought I answered the first set of questions.
Another question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers? If the Minister was a goalkeeper, he would be tired out and exhausted at this stage. But maybe he's kept the ball out of the net. But we'll see how that goes. You know, the Minister will forgive me for being a bit obtuse. But it was my understanding that the leasing of the base at massive cost to the working person in this country was to secure national interest and safety. Forgive me, I therefore cannot grasp why government would possibly be working against our greatest ally, the US of A, and sending an internationally resounding message to outline that our base cannot be used if it is deemed necessary. So will the Minister please do this, outline what discussions have been held in the last number of days to correct any belief that we do not stand fully with our American allies?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable member usually thanks me for my tone and on this occasion, so I'll reflect on that afterwards. He asked me about sensitive security discussions between the United States and the United Kingdom, and I'm not really in a position to be drawn. We do discuss questions of Middle East security with the United States. The Foreign Secretary set out very clearly at the Security Council the malign influence that Iran, which is what I think he is referring to, have played in the region, and our efforts to ensure that they do not get a nuclear weapon. A diplomatic solution is the most desirable, and that is what we're working towards.
That is the end of the urgent question. Point of order, Sir Edward.
A point of order on this specific urgent question. You or your advisers, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be aware of a letter that I and my colleagues have sent to the Speaker about this issue, particularly pertaining to the apparent discrepancy between answers given in this House on the 22nd of May and in a written question on the 12th of February. The Minister said that he was not able to answer that, although in my long experience of this place, Ministers are bound by collective responsibility and therefore they answer for the whole government. I give notice, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I will give, the Minister has said he wants an answer to be given on this point. I give notice, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I will give the government time to consider, and on Monday morning I will put in for an urgent question specifically on this discrepancy of the information given to the House.
The Father of the House, no doubt, has a huge amount of respect across the whole House, and the Father of the House knows that we don't discuss urgent questions publicly, let alone on the floor of the House, so that was a slight error on his part. Let me just deal with this point of order. The honourable member also knows that the Chair is not responsible for the content of the responses provided by ministers, if only we were, but he has no doubt most robustly got his point on the record. Point of order, James Hartley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And just further to that very point, and there is a concern on this side at least, that we have heard repeatedly from the Minister that he is not the correct minister for responding to the questions we have asked. Our understanding procedurally is that ministers are accountable to Parliament, and that in coming before Parliament, they are here to be held to account. The key question, just to remind you, Madam Deputy Speaker, which refers to the previous point of order, is about the fact that the Secretary of State for Defence last May said that Diego Garcia would be weeks away from a legal ruling unless this treaty was agreed to. We are concerned on this side that that is not correct, that he may have inadvertently misled the House, because under Article 298 of UNCLOS, it provides an opt-out for binding rulings in relation to, and I quote, military activities. It's a fundamental legal question on the treaty. We should surely have a minister in front of us who can answer questions on the treaty.
I thank the honourable member for giving me notice of his point of order. First of all, the Chair is not responsible for which minister the government puts forward to respond to an urgent question. If the minister wishes to respond at this point to the urgent question, he chooses to do so. Okay.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope the House will beg my forgiveness. As the House knows, I am the Middle East Minister. I'm on this occasion the duty minister, so I am here to answer any question that I can, but where I think greater precision can be provided in writing, rather than risking providing the House anything other than the fullest possible answers, I think that is appropriate. As it happens, the Minister responsible for the bill is travelling back to the UK today. He would have been more than delighted, I'm sure, to answer this urgent question, but not being in a position to do so, I want to ensure the House gets properly precise answers.
The honourable member may not be satisfied with the response, but that is a response nonetheless. We will not continue the debate. Point of order, Ben Obsujecti.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 9th of February, I asked a specific name day question around the role of Jonathan Powell in the Chagos Islands deal that was due for answer on the 12th of February. It is now the 25th of February and it still hasn't been responded to by the government. How can I best encourage the government to produce timely and accurate answers to name day written questions on this subject?
I'm sure the Treasury front bench, including the ministers, are hearing this. It's just not good enough when members are putting in bits of information, putting in written ministerial questions, and those responses are not coming back in a timely fashion. I can see the Treasury front bench and the ministers nodding. One can assume that a response will be forthcoming very, very quickly. And the member's got his point on the record as well. Now, we don't want to continue the debate. I think we can allow the front benches to shuffle over so we can start the next urgent question.
Right.
Urgent question: impact of the UK's electronic travel authorisation (ETA) rules on British citizens who are also dual nationals. Manuela Patagella.
To ask the Secretary of State for Home Department to make a statement on the impact of the UK's electronic travel authorisation rules on British citizens who are also dual nationals.
Minister?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank her for her urgent question. The introduction of electronic travel authorisations, or ETAs as they're known, is part of plans to modernise and digitise the UK's border and immigration system by providing a much clearer picture of who intends to travel to the UK for shorter periods. ETAs will enable a more targeted approach to border control, strengthening security and ensuring a smoother travel experience. From today, carriers will check that eligible passengers hold an ETA before travelling to the UK and will deny boarding to those who do not hold the correct permissions. British citizens, Madam Deputy Speaker, including those who hold dual nationality, do not need and are not eligible for an ETA. They must travel with a valid British passport or another passport endorsed with a certificate of entitlement to the right of abode, known as a COE. Since the outset of this scheme, the Home Office has embedded clear messaging for dual nationals across the ETA communications campaign and published comprehensive guidance on gov.uk setting out clearly what dual citizens need to do since 2024. We have provided explicit written and spoken guidance to people who naturalise or register as British citizens, including through their application at citizenship ceremonies. And since the start of the year, we have also emailed people who have registered or naturalised in the last 10 years, where we hold usable contact details.
In order to support British nationals overseas, and particularly those who have not held a passport for some time or have never held one, the Home Office has put in place temporary mitigating measures. These include issuing temporary operational guidance to carriers, confirming that they may, at their discretion, accept an expired UK passport issued in 1989 or later, alongside a valid non-visa national third country passport. Carriers may also choose to accept alternative evidence and can contact the Home Office's Carrier Support Hub, who may be able to confirm British citizenship for those with a digital record on the UK's immigration and passport system. It is not the intention of the ETA scheme to penalise our citizens who choose to live abroad. This is why we have given as much time as possible to allow passengers in this position to make the necessary arrangements, and why we have now put in place additional short-term measures to assist our nationals when travelling to the UK. I'll finish by noting that the approach we have taken is comparable to that taken by many of our closest international partners, including the USA, Canada and Australia, who have already introduced similar systems, for example, the ESTA for visitors to the United States, and we also expect the EU to launch their own version. We're doing these checks to ensure illegal migrants and foreign criminals cannot set foot here through our ports and borders by screening them before they travel. I am delivering a more secure, modern border.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to begin by declaring my interest as a British dual national and chair of the APPG for Citizens' Rights. From today, British citizens are at risk of being prevented from returning to their own country because of the government's mishandling of the electronic travel authorization scheme. British dual nationals cannot apply for an ETA, they do not have any visa, so unless they hold a valid British passport, they must produce a certificate of entitlement costing £589. That's simply to prove that you are British, compared to £16 for a tourist. Carriers face 2,000 fines, so it's not good that discretion is left to them, because the result is chaos for law-abiding British citizens, and families will be separated. Communication has been wholly inadequate. Putting guidance on a website is not a communications strategy. I understand that people who recently naturalized were not warned in their grant letters or at their ceremonies, and there have been no clear messages at the border. When Canada introduced a similar scheme, it delayed enforcement and created a low-cost temporary authorization, and it worked. Why has this government refused to adopt the same common-sense approach? I'm asking the Minister, will the government now postpone enforcement to prevent British citizens being wrongly denied boarding? Will the government introduce a low-cost, one-off travel authorization, like Canada did, for dual nationals whose citizenship can easily be verified? And will the government ensure urgent help through consulates, high commissions, and the UK VI helpline? These are British citizens who have followed the rules. They deserve better than confusion, silence, and a £589 bill simply to come home.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her urgent question and response to my answer. I'm clear there has been absolutely no mishandling from the Home Office on this important issue. As I said in my speech, this has been on the government website since 2024. We've also spent significant sums of money getting this message out there, including through the relevant media and through communications to those who are naturalised over the last decade. Communications, as we all know in this place, Madam Deputy Speaker, can be difficult, and of course some people can be missed. I myself have been on Australian television to ensure that I've worked as hard as I can to get this message out there. You're right, she's right in saying that the ETA is not eligible, and that is due to the Home Secretary's power to grant an ETA deriving from the immigration rules, which do not apply to British citizens. A passport is £100. The turnaround times that we're seeing after the increase in demand is well within the limits that we expect, taking 4 weeks for those who are applying from outside of the country, and the average being around 9 days. So the turnaround time is fast. They can also apply for an also apply for an emergency travel document in extreme circumstances, and those turnaround times can be as quick as just 2 days. There's also transitional methods in place, such as expired passports that were issued after 1989, and there has been significant communication and advice given to carriers, including myself meeting with many of them to ensure they fully understand the new measures that are in place. The carrier support line is also active, and anyone who may be encountering any issues can make contact through that. It's important that we introduce these measures. These measures are modernising, they're making our border more secure, they're very much in line with what other nations are doing. I do have sympathy for those that may be encountering issues. On Monday next week, I will be holding drop-in sessions for all members of Parliament, and those with specific cases, which of course on the floor of the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't want to go into too much detail on, can then visit there. Thank you.
Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was contacted in the early hours of this morning by 2 constituents who became proud British citizens in December, but they didn't have time to apply for British passports because they're off on an extended honeymoon in Southeast Asia. They're from other EU countries, and that's their passports. They're now in a position they don't feel that they can actually get back into the UK from their honeymoon. They're absolutely stranded there. I can pass the details of the case to his officials, but can he tell me what he would advise? My constituents need to get back into this country as soon as possible. They shouldn't have to pay a fortune for the privilege.
I thank my honourable friend for this important question. My suggestion at this point is that your constituents, of course, visit the government website, also call the support line to see what advice can be offered there. What I can't do is go into specific details right now about that case, but if she comes to my drop-in session on Monday, where there will also be officials, we can deal with that, and also I'm happy to speak after this session. Thank you.
Shadow Minister Lisicka.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. The ETA scheme was introduced by the Conservative government to secure and modernise Britain's borders. Under the previous system, someone holding a passport from a non-visa nation could enter the UK for 6 months with minimal formality. That left the Home Office unable to distinguish between a genuine British citizen travelling on a foreign passport and someone who had simply overstayed. These changes strengthen our borders, and the Liberal Democrat suggestion that 3 years' notice is somehow insufficient, I'm afraid, is not serious policy making. Most immigration and border changes take effect within months. Tax changes happen within a single budget cycle. A 3-year transition for a documentation requirement is not unreasonable. This change does not remove rights. It does not strip anyone of citizenship. It concerns the evidence required when travelling. People have known since 2023 that change was coming, and therefore this is not a radical change. Citizenship carries rights, but it also carries responsibilities. Maintaining appropriate documentation is one of them. If the Liberal Democrats wish to argue for weaker evidential standards at the border, they should do so plainly. What they should not do is pretend that 3 years' notice is somehow an injustice. Now, turning to practical questions, the Minister has set out what plans there are, contingency plans to support those dual nationals. But can the Minister confirm that consular services within the Foreign Office will be properly resourced to support individuals? Will he also commit, however, to improve the communications plan, which has been insufficient? I note that ahead of today there has been no communications on his Twitter account, when normally he's so busy creating Twitter videos that he believes may or may not go viral. I also understand some airlines are expecting expired British passports issued since 1989, but can the Minister confirm whether this will become a consistent approach across all airlines, because that is the minimum expectation that the government should be putting in place with them? Can the Minister also finally confirm what specific efforts have been made to ensure those serving under the King's colours, if deployed abroad, will have no issues coming home? We on this side support robust improvements to make sure we have enforceable borders.
Minister.
Thank the right honourable member for her questions, and agreement across the House on much of this is welcome, despite the mess that we inherited from the previous government on immigration. On the question of consular services, yes, they are in place, but of course they are unlimited. So this is for the most extreme cases, such as bereavements and funerals or urgent medical care. On the use of social media, I have actually posted a tweet on X this morning relating to this. I'm surprised that the honourable member isn't monitoring that, and I suggest that she puts me on alerts. In terms of the advice to airlines around the passports that that were issued after 1989, that is the advice that has been issued, but of course we can't control exactly what each carrier does. And when it comes to our military, as a veteran myself, a very proud veteran, it's important that they are served correctly by the government, and of course they'll have no issues returning to the country.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will know I wrote to the Home Secretary in a letter co-signed by 30 Labour MPs raising serious concerns about these new rules and how they will impact British dual nationals. The reality is, Minister, British citizens will be left stranded abroad. Many will be priced out of returning home, and this just adds them now to a growing list of people who are effectively classed as second-class citizens. And the Minister will also know that hundreds of thousands of people could be affected by this ill-thought-out, rushed reforms, lacking any parliamentary scrutiny. So I say to the Minister, gently, please pause these new rules to allow for meaningful consultation, proper parliamentary scrutiny, and please remove the outrageous £589 charge for the certificate of entitlement.
Minister.
Thank the honourable friend for his question. I reject some of the framing of that. This has been public knowledge since 2023. It's been on government websites since 2024. We've spent a significant funds on media. Of course, communication is always going to be difficult. And if this was extended for another year, there would still be people who may not know about it. Travelling to the country, if you're a British citizen on a British passport, is not controversial, and we have built-in measures to ensure that anybody who has missed the messaging does have those transitional arrangements to make it easier to come back to the country. This has not been rushed. There are many nations around the world who have an equivalent scheme, and this brings a more secure, modern border.
Democrat spokesperson Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to congratulate and thank my honourable friend for Stratford-upon-Avon for securing this urgent question. The government's lack of planning and haphazard communications over these changes is totally unacceptable. Countless dual British nationals have found themselves in heartbreaking circumstances, unable to visit family members or attend weddings or funerals, or having to stump up huge sums of money to face long waits just to get back home. Take Nick from my constituency of Woking. He found out about these regulations by chance. Had he not found out in good time, his two daughters are dual nationals and would have faced the real prospect of being stranded in France, a very dangerous situation for someone's children to be in. More urgently, his nieces and nephews, aged just 2 and 4, were born in Canada. They are British by descent. They do not currently have UK passports and have not yet registered with the UK passport system. These rules are literally tearing families apart. The Minister's solution is a drop-in event a week after the events. That isn't good enough. Will the Minister explain why the government continues to refuse families like Nick's a grace period? And if he refuses to take steps to introduce a grace or a transition period, will he compensate those who are losing out?
Thank the honourable gentleman for his question. I find the frame of this absolutely absurd. It's nonsense. There's been years in planning from the officials and from ministers. And like I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been in the public domain for some years. For those that are looking to travel for emergencies, there are emergency travel documents, and I urge those to explore that through the government website to see if they are eligible. It's great that his constituent did find out in good time, and for me that says to me that the communications in that instance did work. On the specifics of that case, what I would ask him to do is to visit on Monday for the drop-ins with officials, and we can go into that further. And I'll just finish by saying we should all be very proud to hold a British passport.
Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister says this hasn't been mishandled, but I'm sure even he would accept there are elements that could have been done better. One of those is to do with babies.
I have 2 little babies, one a 3-month-old little boy currently stuck in Italy, another a little girl currently stuck in Uruguay that was born in Whipps Cross Hospital in Walthamstow. Both of these constituents of mine have mothers who have dual citizenship. Both want to be back in the United Kingdom within the next month. If they come home with their families, under this current policy, they face being turned away or separated from their mothers upon arrival. Alternatively, families who've just extended the biggest cost of all, having a baby, have to find hundreds of pounds to pay for a certificate that will take months to arrive. In these circumstances, will the Minister at least accept there should be a waiver on these fees for babies so they can come back home to their country?
Minister.
Thank my honourable friend for this very, very important point around baby. There is no exemption at this time. I'm happy to meet and talk about that further. The turnaround time at the moment is an average of 9 days, so that 4 weeks shouldn't be a problem. If there are any problems, then please do approach me on that. And of course, we will not separate any families at the border.
Karen Bradley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can't be the only member of this House who's had constituents who are dual nationals who are finding it very, very difficult to get hold of passports overseas. The information requirements and the data that's required is making it really difficult for them. So I just wonder whether, in light of those difficulties, the Minister might consider an interim measure, perhaps allowing those individuals to use electronic travel authorisation for a limited amount of time while they sort out the ability to get hold of the passports.
Minister.
Thank the honourable member for her question. We can't open ETAs to British citizens for the reasons that I explained in my statement. The turnaround time on these applications is good. We're looking at within 4 weeks, on average 9 days, but please, as I said to many on Monday, do bring that specific case to the drop-in.
Francis.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent Steve Bainbridge is a dual UK Greek national. He's raised his experience when a delay in receiving his UK passport forced him to have to use his Greek passport to allow him to attend his daughter's wedding here in the UK. He's also highlighted bureaucratic issues faced when women travelling from Greece that they have because their passports require their maiden name to be placed in their passport, and also Greek documents have a different alphabet to British documents. So would the Minister be able to outline, if your UK passport is delayed, how you would avoid paying several £100s and how those bureaucratic issues that Steve has highlighted could be avoided?
Minister.
Thank you for my honourable friend for the question. I'll urge a meeting on Monday to go through the details of this rather than try and break it down in the glare of the public eye. Thank you.
Charles.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. He put it on the UK.gov website. Why didn't he do something original, like maybe writing to people with dual nationalities across the UK? He wouldn't have got to everybody, but everybody who has been naturalised in the UK, there will be records in the Home Office, just as there will be files relating to citizenship and to immigration. Why didn't he actually get in touch with them directly? But isn't this just the result of the Brexit chaos? It is now caught up with British nationals. We now have people with dual nationality paying a Brexit border tax. Where does this chaos end? Chaos in holiday airports across Europe, limits on residents in the EU. Why isn't Brexit been absolutely fantastic for this country?
Thank you, honourable member, for his question. I ignore the rants on Brexit. We're well past that. Look, whenever anyone in this House, anyone in the gallery, anyone at home is seeking to travel, the first place they should go is to the government website to receive travel advice. Now, on dual nationals, we do not hold a database of dual national citizens, and therefore that is difficult to reach them directly. However, we did send emails out and messages out to all those naturalised over the last decade and spent significant funds on media, including myself going on Australian TV to get the message out there.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After 40 years in the UK, it was the proudest moment of Petra Gartson's life when she obtained British citizenship. But she's currently on holiday in Spain and shocked to discover that she's not going to be able to re-enter with her normal German travel document because she's a dual national. And up to now, she's never needed a British passport or a certificate of entitlement, and she's ineligible for an ETA. She's done the right thing and applied for a British passport from Spain, which is a Kafkaesque bureaucratic nightmare in itself. But what would he suggest that she does if it hasn't turned up by her flight home on March the 6th?
Thank my honourable friend for her question. This is important, and well done for standing up so well for your constituents. What I'd ask is that, again, you drop in on Monday with the civil servants there as well, and we can ensure that the right advice is issued. But I would say at this point, obviously, there's information on the government website and phone number to call for these sorts of incidents. Thank you.
David.
I'm going to take the unusual step, Madam Deputy Speaker, of actually thanking two journalists, Lisa O'Carroll of The Guardian and whoever writes the BBC website, because they wrote about this all last week. That's relevant because I've got three constituents who would not have known about this had it not been for the media coverage. And that's really serious for some of them. I've got one constituent in their 90s who's had a number of strokes, and their daughter, who's a dual national, whose passport ran out last month, felt she could not return to see her own parent. And that is a disaster, a family disaster for them. I take the view that one of the absolute constitutional rights of British citizenship is the right to return to your own country and not to be intimidated out of doing so. So can I say this to the Minister? I don't particularly demand a reply today, but I've written to him or written to the Home Secretary, will they consider having a simple grace period of 6 months to allow people to get across this and stop people having their families disrupted?
Minister.
Thank the right honourable member for his question about his three constituents. I'm going to let him into a little secret here that perhaps that media coverage is as a result of the Home Office's efforts to get this information out there as widely as we possibly can. There is no intimidation here. This is about a secure border and modernising. The equivalent nations around the world are doing exactly the same. On the individual circumstances, of course, no answer today, but let's get together on Monday and we can go through that.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of my constituent David, I want to ask his question, which is whether the ETA regime has created a de facto UK passport requirement for British citizens. And on behalf of Dolores, my constituent, her son, Tommy Roberts, was murdered in Bournemouth, aged 21, an aspiring Royal Marine. He was killed by somebody I won't name in this Parliament, who shouldn't have been in this country. I want to thank the Minister for Border Security and Asylum, who met with me recently about this matter. We are not past Brexit because that murder was possible because of a lack of intelligence sharing. Would the Minister share how the Home Office is acting through these changes to stop illegal migrants and foreign criminals from coming into our country?
Minister.
Thank my honourable friend for his question, and my sympathy, of course, goes to his constituent. These changes do make a more secure border. It means that we can check whether foreign criminals are coming into the country, and if they are, we can stop them, and that makes us all safer.
Thank
you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his answers? And as always, when we have constituent problems, we realise where the small print doesn't really work. With many of my constituents travelling to Dublin to fly, as it can be more cost effective, the need to have a British passport can be incredibly cost prohibitive in occasions. Would the Minister and Home Office not give consideration, trying to be helpful, trying to be positive, not give consideration to an ID card which can be accessed online, providing the birth certificate and proof that is provided free of charge at a very minimum cost?
Thank the right honourable member for his question. We are modernising across the board, and I will not make any new announcements during this urgent question, but of course there is modernisation of the border, including digitisation, which will impact all of us positively.
Final question, Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2018, many of my constituents suffered the detriment of being denied access to their own country under the Windrush scandal. A part of the learning from that scandal is that people don't always read information that is in the public domain, and they've not always got a hotline to Home Office messaging. The scale of the cases raised today, and I have two constituents, one overseas in Australia who was due to come back but whose father has been placed on end-of-life care, so he has had to extend his visit, another who is due to travel next week who only found out about the new requirement
this week, and it was too late for her to apply for a passport. The scale of these cases implies that there is a problem. What assurance can the Minister give to my constituents that this is not another Windrush scandal in the making, where British citizens end up being denied access to their own country? Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for her question. I take the lessons from Windrush extremely importantly, and I meet with the Windrush Commissioner on a regular basis to ensure that we firstly fix those wrongs and ensure that they never ever happen again. I reject that framing. People can of course apply for a passport, a certificate of entitlement, an emergency travel document, and there is a phone line that they can contact. And if she'd like to meet on Monday to go through the specifics of those cases, then of course I'm happy to do so.
That is the end of the urgent question. I'll give the front benches a moment or two to shuffle over. Right, if we're ready, we'll come on to the first statement. Grenfell Tower Inquiry Annual Report, and I call the Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by acknowledging the presence of survivors and relatives of those who died at Grenfell with us here in the galleries today. They have the deepest sympathies of the whole House and our most profound respect. The fire at Grenfell Tower that claimed 72 innocent lives was a terrible moment in British history. We will not forget what happened that night. We must make sure that nothing like it can ever happen again. The government accepted all the Grenfell Tower inquiry's findings and committed to implementing all 58 recommendations. Everyone deserves a safe, decent home. This requires a new culture of transparency and accountability. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, today I can report that we are on target to complete 70% of the inquiry's recommendations by the end of the current year. Since the inquiry published its final report, we've completed 10 recommendations from Phase 2 and 2 outstanding Phase 1 recommendations. Today, I will set out the progress we've made on reforming the construction industry, strengthening fire and rescue services, and improving support for vulnerable people. We will complete all the remaining recommendations during this Parliament. We're also publishing the Construction Products Reform White Paper, building on the proposals we set out in December for a new single construction regulator. Our work goes beyond the specific inquiry recommendations because we are determined to secure lasting change across the whole system. Last summer, we made sure the Building Safety Regulator had the leadership it needs to do its job well. Lord Rowe reformed the London Fire Brigade and is bringing the same determination to making the BSR work. Over time, the BSR will evolve into the regulator the inquiry recommended. We're consulting on that today. We will replace fragmented regulation with clear accountability. Everyone will understand their role and the standards that are expected of them. We have already made changes to get our own house in order. Fire policy now sits within my department, ensuring that oversight of housing, building safety and fire is properly joined up within government. The Construction Products Reform White Paper sets out ambitious plans to modernise the rules. We will make sure products are safe and ensure everyone meets their responsibilities. These reforms will mean sensible regulation, fit for the future, and confidence in the safety of our homes. We will make sure that people working in construction have the skills they need. We support the building professions, and there will be rigorous expectations for competence and for ethics. We've also published a formal statement setting out the path to proper professional regulation of fire engineering. One of the clearest lessons from the inquiry was the need for better fire and rescue services. I am grateful to the National Fire Chiefs Council and the London Fire Brigade for their work on improving fire and rescue standards. A new National College of Fire and Rescue will ensure these improvements continue. Protecting people means making sure those most at risk are never left behind. New regulations requiring emergency evacuation plans for high-rise buildings will come into force on the 6th of April. These will mean vulnerable people have a plan for safe evacuation in the event of a fire. Making sure everyone has a safe home also means tackling wider problems in social housing. Grenfell shone a light on so many wrongs that we are now putting right. Through AWAB's law, landlords must make urgent repairs where there are serious threats to health. People have more power to hold landlords to account, and we're giving them better access to information so they can get more involvement in how their homes are managed. Speeding up remediation is one of my highest priorities. Work to remove and replace unsafe ACM cladding, the same type that was on Grenfell Tower, has finished on 91% of high-rise residential and public buildings, with work on most of the rest now well underway. We're working with developers, freeholders and local authorities to remove other types of unsafe cladding as quickly as possible, monitoring thousands of high-rise residential buildings to make sure they are making progress. We've also strengthened local resilience and emergency preparations. All 5 Local Resilience Forum trailblazers have been funded, and the 4 Chief Resilience Officers have been appointed. We're also setting up a national system for local areas to learn from each other, so the lessons of Grenfell lead to lasting improvements in crisis response. It's only right that we are transparent in how we address the Grenfell Tower inquiry's carefully considered recommendations. We will continue to inform Parliament each quarter about progress with these recommendations. Alongside this statement, I'm publishing our annual report on gov.uk. We will continue with these reports until every recommendation is complete. The Government's new public dashboards for inquiry recommendations will continue to be updated quarterly. Throughout this work, the Government has acted on the inquiry's findings to address the culture that allowed failure to happen. Yet we recognise that for many, something is still missing. For the bereaved and survivors and the wider Grenfell community, the need for justice is deeply felt, including decisions on criminal charges. The Metropolitan Police investigation, independent of government, is one of the largest and most complex in the force's history. But I know the slow progress is painful for those who have already waited too long for the justice they deserve. Nothing can erase the grief suffered by the Grenfell community. Their loss, strength and determination to change things for the better guide all that we do. Failures of government under successive administrations made this tragedy possible. This brings an enduring duty to honour the memory of the 72 men, women and children who lost their lives. As part of that duty, I can inform the House that we are introducing legislation to provide the spending authority required to support the Memorial Commission and the community in building and maintaining a lasting and dignified memorial. I know there is much still we need to do, but there has been real progress. The foundations for lasting change are in place. A reformed regulatory system, empowered residents, accountable landlords, stronger professions and greater transparency. Our objective is clear: and we remain true to it. Never again. Never again should people go to bed unsure that their home is safe. Never again should public institutions fail in their duty to protect. And never again should the voices of residents be ignored. The actions we are taking honour those who died at Grenfell, support those who survived, and serve our shared obligation to make every home a place of safety, dignity and trust. And in that spirit, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Minister, Paul Holmes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement, and can I join him in welcoming survivors from Grenfell with us today. Madam Deputy Speaker, the events which took place on the 14th of June in 2017 was an avoidable national tragedy that should not have robbed 72 people of their lives. This cannot ever be repeated. It is right that, in consultation with the survivors, the bereaved and those directly impacted, a fitting and lasting memorial is in place to remember the 72 lives that were lost that day and the wider Grenfell community. And we welcome the new legislation that the Secretary of State has announced this afternoon. It is right that we remember the victims, and I thank the Secretary of State for giving us the opportunity to do this while he updates the House. The victims must be at the heart of how we remember Grenfell, and the government must work with them in a sensitive manner as humanly possible. We will support and scrutinise how they proceed with a memorial to ensure that victims are at the heart of what is decided. We believe that this should be cross-party, as this goes beyond party politics, and it is simply the right thing to do. Madam Deputy Speaker, the inquiry's findings, decades of systematic failure, dishonesty and negligence are a damning indictment of successive governments, regulators and industry. The government's response last year, with acceptance of all 58 recommendations, is a step forward, and we welcome the commitment to action. I am glad to hear today that a few of these recommendations have already taken place. The creation of a single construction regulator, the appointment of a chief construction advisor, and the consolidation of fire safety functions under one department are long overdue reforms. And while we welcome the formulation of a single construction regulator, can the Secretary of State confidently state that he believes that this will be more effective and help safely build the homes we need? And can he confirm that we will not be left with the potential delays that we've seen under the building safety regulator? Madam Deputy Speaker, in government we took decisive action to initiate this public inquiry immediately after the tragedy to learn the lessons and prevent it from ever happening again. We strengthened the regulatory regime and implemented the inquiry's recommendations following the report from the first phase. It was welcome that this government also accepted the recommendations. Will the Secretary of State publish a detailed plan on how all of these recommendations are being implemented and the status of these? The Secretary of State updated us that 91% of high-rise residential and public buildings has had cladding removed. Will he update us with a roadmap of when the rest will be completed? Madam Deputy Speaker, all building owners must step up, do the right thing and fix their buildings without delay or face the consequences of their inaction. Those who intentionally cut corners on building safety must be held to account. The Metropolitan Police and CPS should continue to pursue criminal charges against the small number of developers and contractors who knowingly and fraudulently cut corners on building safety for greed and financial gain. The Secretary of State has promised to complete all the remaining recommendations during this Parliament. Will he lay out key dates for when key parts will be achieved? And will he update us on what stage he is at with the Grenfell site itself and future plans for it, and how he is working with the victims' families to support them on this? Madam Deputy Speaker, those who profited from cutting corners who were criminally negligent must face consequences, not just fines, but criminal charges where evidence allows. We will support and scrutinise the support for victims and their families that the government are putting forward to ensure that we get this right. And I know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Secretary of State and the Building Safety Minister want to get this right. Madam Deputy Speaker, Grenfell must be a watershed, a legacy of safety, transparency and respect for every resident. I make clear this side of the House's commitment to work with the Secretary of State and the Government on a cross-party basis to meet that promise.
Secretary of State.
Thank you. Can I thank him for his comments and welcome the tone that he's adopted in this. I think it's quite right that we should all be working cross-party on this, both to speed up the outcomes that we're all looking for, but by working together in a way that shows respect to the families and to those who've lost their lives in this tragedy. He asked about the single construction regulator. The BSR became standalone from the HSE on the 26th of January, and work is progressing to bring into the BSR all the other aspects that will allow it to function in due course as the single construction regulator, which the inquiry identified as such an important part of fixing the building safety system. And Lord Rowe is overseeing rapid improvement in the performance of the BSR, even as we speak. Remediation, he asked about. It's welcome, of course, that 91% of high-rise residential public buildings with unsafe ACM have now been remediated, but we recognise there's further to go, and there are further acceleration plans available, and I'll be happy to write to him if you would like to have access to that information. Similarly, he asked about key dates in implementing further recommendations. We will continue to publish quarterly reports so that the whole House could scrutinise progress that the government is making with these recommendations. And my honourable friend, the Minister, and I are meeting regularly with families and affected groups to make sure that we are hearing directly their concerns and can feed that straight into the system.
Call the Kensington Bayswater MP Joe Powell. Take your time.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as we approach the 9th anniversary of the Grenfell tragedy, bereaved survivors in the community are still rightly advocating for truth, justice and change on behalf of the 72 people who lost their lives in an entirely preventable fire. And I pay tribute to all of those who have joined us again today and those who are watching this statement. I know the whole House will agree with the Secretary of State that criminal accountability cannot come soon enough. But in the meantime, I welcome this annual report and the progress being made in many areas, from building safety to social housing management. We know that too often lessons have not been learned from public inquiries, and implementation of recommendations has not been transparent and accountable. So I would also welcome an update from the Minister on the proposal for an oversight mechanism to ensure recommendations are actually implemented. And when it comes to the performance of Kensington and Chelsea Council, many residents are highly sceptical about this progress. A seriously failing housing department, according to the independent regulator, the third worst record on complaints, according to the local government ombudsman, and on the Lancaster West estate itself, uncertainty over the budget for completing the promised works. So can I also ask the Secretary of State for his assurance that RBKC will remain under close central government scrutiny and that he will do all he can to broker a solution so that residents on Lancaster West, the ones who least deserve to be suffering, don't wait years more for their own safe and healthy homes.
Secretary of State.
Well, can I thank him for his question, but also congratulate him for being such a powerful voice for his constituents and all those who have suffered and died as a result of the tragedy at Grenfell Tower. He has rightly earned respect from members across the House for the dignified way in which he's carried out his role as a representative for the community. The government is very keen to make sure that we learn the lessons and are implementing the report. So we will continue to publish quarterly reports to update the whole House and indeed members of the public on the progress that we're making. And work is continuing across government, including my department, on setting up a national oversight mechanism to make sure that the recommendations of this and indeed other inquiries do not just sit on shelves but get implemented and inform improvement in the way that we deliver public services, including in this important case, fire safety. He refers to the Lancaster West estate, which I've had the opportunity to visit with him. The government has made £25 million available to allow work to continue on upgrading and improving the estate. He'll be aware that we have concerns about the council's delivery capacity and cost control, and I'm in contact with the leader of the council about those concerns in the hope and expectation that we can address them together. But for all of us, it will be the residents who live on the estate whose interests must come first.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Clearly, the Liberal Democrats' thoughts, like those of everyone in this House, are primarily with the 72 tragic losses of life that occurred at the Grenfell disaster. And I welcome the spirit of cross-party discussion that the Secretary of State and the opposition spokesperson, Member for Hemel Valley, have already set out. And I certainly endorse the points made by the Honourable Member for Kensington and Bayswater in his contribution just now. I welcome many of the recommendations and the actions being taken by the government. In passing, those applied to architects, chartered architects, and I myself have begun the training that is now required of all architects as a result of the Grenfell report, and I declare an interest as a member of the Royal Institute of British Architects. And that brings home in a salutary way the failure of the professions, the failure of successive governments, the failure of industry and the failure of regulation on a tragic and horrendous scale. Buried within the report, or I should say, one of the key recommendations in Sir Martin Morbick's report is set out in typically neutral language of a High Court judge, a request for the government to reconsider whether it is in the public interest for building control functions to be performed by those with a commercial interest. And similar questions were raised on the construction product testing system by Sir Martin Morbick. The white paper refers to the unethical manufacturers were able to exploit systemic weaknesses with appalling consequences. The follow-up Morel Day report on construction product testing highlighted again, I quote, conflicts of interest and virtually absent enforcement, which are all shocking parts of this tragedy. I would like to ask, my first question to the Secretary of State, therefore, is whether that decision has been taken, because for us, we would go further and say that commercial interests have no place in building control and inspection and have no place in product testing. My second question...
I know this is a very sensitive issue, but the Honourable Member has 2 minutes. It's over by 39 seconds. Timing is everything, so please be quick to your next question.
I will, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much. My second question, therefore, is in relation to those who are excluded from the Building Safety Fund. There are tens of thousands of families who are in buildings under 11 metres or living with products that might last an hour in a fire under PAS 9980. That is the wrong standard. We need all highly flammable materials to be remediated and all buildings to be remediated that are fire safety risks. And I ask the Secretary of State to address that question.
State.
I thank him for his questions as well, and his shared commitment, shared clearly across the whole House, that we need to resolve the problems that led to the tragedy at Grenfell Tower. He asked about building control issues, and indeed we set up the independent panel under the chairmanship of Dame Judith Hackett last year. That is looking at decisions that may need to move into the public sector, and she's due to report shortly, so I won't anticipate the findings that we can expect from her panel. He asked as well about the construction products white paper. Well, that's been published today. I hope he will take the opportunity to have a look at that and consider what it includes, and then I'm sure he will let me or the Minister know what his thoughts are on following on from that. And in terms of remediation for buildings below 11 metres, it's important that we prioritise buildings based on safety risk, and that's what we're doing. We will, of course, keep that under review, and there is a commitment to fund by exception those buildings below 11 metres where the risk is assessed to be high.
Shalami.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, in 109 days on the 14th of June, the community and many of us will come together to remember the 72 people who tragically lost their lives. And almost 9 years on, to see the government accepting the 58 recommendations is an acceptance that the tragedy at Grenfell should not have happened. That tragedy was born out of systematic failure. And I stand here today wearing my green heart to recognise the fact that the community had to come together in the aftermath of that fire, because that fire happened because no one listened to them, no one believed them. So I commend them for their campaign and their ongoing campaign to get full justice, including criminal justice. And I just wanted to ask the Secretary of State, and I do thank him for this statement this afternoon, and one of the things we heard in our select committee when we had the Grenfell community before us was around the valid concerns which my honourable friend, the member for Kensington and Bayswater, highlighted in terms of a national oversight mechanism, because it cannot be right that the government will mark its own work on that. They want full transparency. I also thank the Secretary of State for outlining that the government will lay papers with regards to spending authority for the memorial. It is really important, if we are really to allow the community to have a lasting and fitting tribute, that this memorial is built with them and designed with them and working with the Memorial Commission. And most importantly, can the Secretary of State outline that the funding for this has been ring-fenced and there will be no issues when this funding for that memorial is discussed?
State.
I thank the chair of the Select Committee for her question and indeed her comments. She raises perhaps the most important point in all this, which is that no one listened to the voices of the people living in Grenfell Tower when they raised their own concerns. And that must never happen again. And it is why the government is seeking to strengthen the voice of tenants living in social housing. AWAB's law is one example of the way that that has been achieved, and it's gratifying that that too has been done with cross-party consensus and cross-party support. Regarding the memorial, my honourable friend, the Minister for Fire Safety, will be introducing the legislation in this House later this afternoon, and we then expect it to proceed at speed through both houses so that it can support the Commission and the community into funding and securing the lasting memorial that needs to be placed to remind all of us forevermore what went wrong and why it can never happen again.
Sir Julian Lewis.
It's very surprising to those of us who are not experts on this matter to hear the Secretary of State saying that the police are undertaking such a vast and complex investigation when the circumstances around this uniquely terrible tragedy do not seem terribly complicated at all. Why is this police inquiry taking so long? And can he at least assure the House and the country at large that there is a dedicated unit within the police that is determined to bring this matter before the courts?
Secretary of State.
Yeah, thank you for his question. In fact, it's an incredibly complex set of circumstances that the police are investigating, and that is why we have one of the biggest teams in the Met's history focused on getting to the bottom of this, and if there is need to pursue any prosecutions that would follow. But it is one of the biggest and most complex police investigations that's ever happened, and that's quite right, because we need to follow culpability and find those who were responsible and bring them to justice, because the victims of what happened deserve that justice, but so do the survivors and the relatives, so they can finally, at long last, have some closure on the tragedies that affected their lives. But we are making sure the government is providing the Met with the resources that they require to fund the size of teams necessary to deliver that justice.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I pass Grenfell on my way home every evening, and I see the green heart move lower and lower and lower down as the building becomes dismantled. And I wonder, when that goes, what then happens? And I think about the survivors, I think about the families, I think about the 72 lives lost. And I wonder, and thank you, Secretary of State, for your statement today, but the police, 9 years, and nobody has been arrested. Somebody should already been arrested. My honourable friend from Kensington and Bayswater, we are often told about some people who should already be arrested. And I do think that the police need to at least arrest somebody and begin the process so that the community can begin to heal. Will the Minister please just clarify that he will push the Met to move quicker, faster? Thank you.
I thank her for her question, and it is very emotional to see the tower coming down slowly, brick by brick, but important for the community and all who are concerned about what happened to know that the Memorial Commission is working with the community to secure a design for the memorial that will be a lasting testament to what happened on that fateful night, and to honour the memory of those who lost their lives and those who lost their loved ones. She's quite right, of course. 9 years is a painfully long time to wait for justice. It's important that in such a complex investigation, the police are given the time and resources they need to properly investigate. But of course, we will be encouraging them to do that work as quickly as they reasonably can be expected to do it. And we all expect them to bring to justice those who bear culpability for the deaths on that night.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement? Can I welcome the funding he's announced to support the Memorial Commission? We have a shortage of skilled builders, plumbers, electricians and other construction workers in this country. Is he confident that we have a sufficiently trained workforce to meet the requirements of his statement, to carry out all those remedial works in the timescale he's outlined? And if not, what additional steps can the government take to ensure that they are completed on time?
Secretary of State.
Yeah. No, he's quite right to point to that as a concern. It's one that we all share, but it's why in the most recent budget, the Chancellor announced £600 million to fund skills and training in the construction sector, so that we can make sure we have the skills available, not just to carry out the work on the Grenfell site and remediation work on other sites affected by unsafe cladding, but make sure that we can build all the homes to the higher safety standards that will now be required right across the country.
Uma Kumara.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The tragedy at Grenfell exposed the scale and devastating consequence of the building safety crisis in this country. We've heard today that survivors and family are still waiting for truth and justice. Sadly, the building safety crisis is still unfolding. In my constituency, as we neared Christmas, over 350 households at Stratford Halo were forced to leave their homes because of serious structural safety concerns with the building. At the time, they were told to leave immediately, and they didn't know when they can return. This was terrifying for them. Can the Minister update the House on what the construction reform white paper will do to strengthen standards for building safe and secure homes, so that residents like mine in Stratford Halo never again have to be evacuated from their homes because their buildings are too unsafe to live in, and ensure that developers are held to account?
Yeah. Thank her for her question, and I'm aware of what happened in her constituency recently, and how worrying that has been, not just for the people who were living there, but right across the country, because just like what happened at Grenfell, it attests to the fact that building safety regulations in this country and the building safety system were inadequate to meet the expectations that the public quite rightly have, that their home should be safe. Now, we've published the Construction Products Reform White Paper today. I hope she will take the opportunity to have a look at that. It outlines some of the changes that we will be looking to make to the products themselves, but there are other aspects of building safety that we will also continue to work on. The Independent Panel on Building Control, chaired by Dame Judith Hackett, is due to report shortly, and that will make further important proposals for how we can improve the system.
Kirsty Blackman.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nothing can ever undo the harm that was caused, and I was in Parliament that day swearing in when we saw unfolding everything that had occurred. In my constituency, in my city of Aberdeen, we had Piper Alpha in 1988. Nobody can ever get over that tragedy, but as a result, we had the Cullen inquiry and the safety case that came out of it that meant that we've got a much safer North Sea, which brought some solace to people that this tragedy could never happen again. I thank the Minister for the statement, and I wonder if he would help and join me in urging stakeholders in Scotland to respond to the Scottish Government's consultation on fire safety guidance as we update the Scottish building standards to ensure that our fire safety guidance is as good as possible and that all of those working in that area can comply with the guidance as well as they can.
Yeah, I thank her for her question, and of course I'm happy to support her call for all affected stakeholders, everyone who has an interest to feed in their views to that inquiry, whether it's in Scotland, in England, Wales, in Northern Ireland, wherever in the United Kingdom it might be. The legacy of the Grenfell tragedy and indeed others, and she referred to one herself, part of that legacy should be greater safety from fire for everybody moving forwards.
Marsha Di Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his statement today, and can I say how I'm pleased that the government are on target to implement the inquiry's recommendations. Nearly 9 years on from that awful tragedy, the families and survivors need truth and they need justice. Now, leaseholders in Battersea have been facing astronomically high service charges and also for costs for fire safety remediation works. And in one particular case, in their building, which is under 11 metres, individual leaseholders are expected to pay approximately £8,000 a week for waking watch. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that that is just shocking and unacceptable. So can the Secretary of State set out what support and protections are in place for leaseholders? I believe that their case is an exceptional circumstance. So will he also agree to meet with me and leaseholders to see if we can find a resolution?
I thank her for her question, and I would be happy to arrange for a meeting with her, with the Fire Safety Minister, so they can discuss her concerns in detail. But she's quite right to point to the very severe concerns about leasehold charges. That's why the government published a consultation last year on the costs for major works and other costs that fall on leaseholders, and we're due to publish our findings and response to that consultation later this year.
That is the end of that statement. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. Begin the next statement. Just for the front benches, there are time limits for each of their statements, and in particular Liberal Democrats tend to be running over, so hopefully they realise that they're, I know, not the present front bench spokesman, but they have been all afternoon. So please keep within time limits. So it's the future of the Post Office Green Paper. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I'd like to make a statement on the Government's response to the results of the future of the Post Office Green Paper. We published the Green Paper in July, starting a national conversation about the future of the Post Office, an institution that has served every community in every corner of the United Kingdom for generations. More than 2,500 people took the time to respond to the consultation, including postmasters, small businesses, service providers, community groups and members of the public. We also held dedicated discussion groups with postmasters and citizens across the country. Let me start then by thanking every respondent. Their views provided a wealth of insight and have been carefully considered. I'm pleased to announce today that we are publishing the government response to the consultation today. And our response, Madam Deputy Speaker, must echo the clear call that we heard from respondents. They told us that they want a strong and convenient post office network built around permanent, full-time and full-service branches that offer a wide range of essential postal, banking and government services. A post office that is reliable, modern, transparent and that puts postmasters at the heart of decision-making. So today I can confirm that the government will keep the minimum network size of 11,500 branches and will retain all 6 geographical access criteria, ensuring that communities across the UK, including rural and remote areas, continue to have local and reliable access to postal services. Alongside maintaining the network requirements, we're introducing a new requirement that at least 50% of the network must be full-time and full-service branches. This requirement sets 50% as an absolute minimum, and we expect the Post Office to continue to operate substantially above it. We're setting this requirement to ensure that the full-time, full-service branches remain the backbone of the network for the foreseeable future, as these are the branches that deliver the greatest social value and the strongest customer service. At the same time, we're not blind to the challenges facing the Post Office and have built an evidence-based process so that we know when it's the right time for government to look at the Post Office network again. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, stability requires investment. That's why over the next 2 years the government is providing up to £483 million to support the transformation of the Post Office. This is on top of the network subsidy funding to support the cost of delivering government policy, which will be £70 million in financial year 26-27. The investment funding will modernise branches across the country, support new in-branch technology and the delivery of new products and services that will make sure the Post Office can do what its customers need it to do, whilst keeping the identity and role at the centre of so many UK high streets. The funding will also enable major technology transformation programme within the next 5 years that will transition operations away from Fujitsu and ultimately replace the Horizon system. Postmasters must be able to trust the technology that they use. It should make their jobs easier and help them to spend their time doing what they do best, serving their local communities. The days of the Post Office relying on outdated systems must end. This programme lays the ground for a modern, resilient and fit-for-purpose organisation. Madam Deputy Speaker, the consultation reinforces the importance of the Post Office for Post, of course, but also for banking and access to government services. And so I'd like to address some specific points on each of these. Firstly, on postage. Respondents told us they value the Post Office as a multi-carrier parcel hub and want more choice and convenience in how parcels are sent and received. We will support Post Office's efforts to innovate in this space while ensuring that essential services remain accessible. In banking, the public were clear. The Post Office plays a critical role in ensuring communities have access to cash and in-person banking. Being able to access essential banking services like cash withdrawals and deposits is valuable to many Post Office customers, in particular small businesses, and respondents expressed an appetite to increase their offer. Last month, the government held discussions between the Post Office and the banking sector to explore where they may be able to work together on a commercial and voluntary basis to better meet the needs of individuals and businesses. Those discussions were based around areas of mutual interest like banking services, financial inclusion, modernisation and the importance of continuing to improve financial crime safeguards, and those conversations are ongoing. Finally, on government services, colleagues will know that many services have moved online, but respondents told us strongly that vulnerable, digitally excluded and rural customers continue to rely on the Post Office for in-person services. In that spirit, we've established a cross-government group to look at developing a common physical front door for government services, expanded assisted digital support, and exploring new propositions such as prescription collection and identity verification. At the heart of the Green Paper and of today's government response is the need to strengthen the relationship between the Post Office and postmasters. The Horizon scandal was one of the worst miscarriages of justice in modern British history. While government remains focused on delivering redress to victims as rapidly as possible, we must also ensure that the culture that enabled those wrongs can never return. The Post Office has already taken steps to rebuild trust. The Postmaster Panel, a new consultative council, embedding postmasters in key teams at the Post Office's head office, and the election of Postmaster non-exec directors to the board. But we agree with respondents that more is needed. So today I'm confirming that the Post Office will develop a culture strategy with measurable objectives covering employees, postmasters, strategic partners and customers. Government expects this plan to be in place by this summer. To ensure these reforms genuinely meet the needs of postmasters, Government has commissioned an independent external evaluation of the initiatives the Post Office has implemented to strengthen postmaster engagement, and this will report later this year. Madam Deputy Speaker, our long-term goal is a Post Office that is financially sustainable, adaptable to changing markets and less reliant on government funding. But this transition must be responsible and realistic. Respondents were clear that stability comes first, particularly while the Horizon inquiry continues. That's why Government is providing £37 million of funding next financial year to the Post Office to support with the cost of administering redress and responding to the inquiry. While the Green Paper explored long-term governance ideas such as mutualisation or a charter model, the Government won't make any decisions on structural reform until Sir Wyn Williams' final inquiry report. In the meantime, we'll work with the Post Office to ensure that the organisation demonstrates financial discipline, generates a trading profit by 2030 and continues to reduce reliance on taxpayer subsidy while protecting access for communities that depend on it. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Green Paper process and the thousands of responses we received show the enduring importance of the Post Office to the life of this country. The Government's response sets a clear direction. We're maintaining a strong and accessible network. We're backing postmasters through a major investment in cultural reform. We're modernising services for a digital age, and we're setting the Post Office on a path towards long-term financial and operational stability. The Post Office must be modern, resilient and trusted, shaped by the communities it serves and built around the people who run it. With today's response, we take a major step towards that future. I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Minister, Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement and warmly welcome. I don't often say these words, the decision that the Minister has announced today, because it sounds like they've abandoned the risk that was in the proposals that they shutter thousands of local post offices, especially in rural areas. And so it is very much a relief for villages and high streets that the government has listened to the people who engage with the consultation, listened to the 180,000 people who signed our petition and heard the calls from the readers of the Mail on Sunday, the Express, the Telegraph and other media outlets who were all outraged by the possibility that the government might close their much valued local post office. And by keeping the minimum network size at 11,500 branches, as it was throughout the 14 years that we were in government, and keeping all the geographical access criteria, the Minister has avoided a U-turn. In fact, I would describe what he's done as avoiding a chasm that was opening up in the road in front of him and avoiding it niftily. The campaign that we led showed how important it is to voice the concerns of the vulnerable, those who are digitally excluded, and the small businesses who rely so much on our precious post office network. And can I add my thanks to the hard work of every postmaster and postmistress across Britain who keeps that network going. However, it's not all sweetness and light from me today, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Post Office network, like so many retailers, faces a £45 million hike in their taxes because of national insurance. Many post offices are also seeing increases in their business rates of over 100%. In fact, the chairman of the Post Office, Nigel Railton, was clear when he said that these rising costs from national insurance and the national living wage were exactly why the business needed a fresh start, because you can't claim to support the backbone of the network while breaking its back with tax hikes at the same time. Madam Deputy Speaker, we on this side of the House have always stood up for our nation's high streets, and we would introduce a permanent 100% business rate relief for retail, leisure and hospitality businesses whose premises are under the rateable value threshold of £110,000. Now, I've got a few questions for the Minister. He announced a requirement that at least 50% of the network must be full-time and full service. I believe the number today is 79%, so isn't that a downgrade, and what does he expect from the other 29%? Could he also confirm that no small rural branches will be consolidated and replaced by city centre hubs under the guise of this new 50% full service requirement? Would he please expand on what the minimum service he would expect these smaller branches to deliver? The Minister also committed to the technology transformation programme to replace the Horizon system within the next 5 years. I heard the first 2 years of funding, but could he give us some detail on how the current system will be maintained after those first 2 years? He mentioned the importance of the post office network with the number of banks that are closing branches up and down this country. Has there been a new specific agreement made with the banks to provide additional support to post office branches where banks are closing? And what update can he give the House about the discussions with Fujitsu and their financial contribution towards post office redress? But in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, clearly the Minister has been forced to listen. He's been forced to do a pre-U-turn, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the proposals to reduce the size of our precious post office network. He's been forced to admit that our high streets do deserve better than the managed decline that was a risk under the previous proposals, and this is a victory for all our constituents.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think if I'm praised much more from that side of the House, I'll get drummed out of the brownies. Can I welcome her response? And I think there is a consensus across the House of the importance that post offices play in our communities, and particularly in our high streets and in our remote villages in particular. I join her as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, in welcoming the campaigning by Mail and Daily Express readers who have made their voice very clear in terms of how important they feel the post office is to our communities. And I echo her words on the importance of, obviously, Postal Services Minister and also Small Business Minister, how essential post offices are in terms of having somewhere to drop off your takings if you are a small business. And I think that's incredibly important. She mentions the costs the post office are facing, which is a point well taken. We as a government are putting £483 million into the transformation of the post office to ensure that it is able to have that financially sustainable future as a business on our high streets and in our villages. She asked specifically about support for the IT transformation within that. Of the over 500 million that the government has committed to transformation, including the money already spent before this Green Paper, up to £136 million is committed to technology and to replacing the Horizon system, which is obviously a major priority for us. But that transformation investment beyond what we're putting into IT will also enable the Post Office to do new things. Often the debate about the Post Office, Madam Deputy Speaker, concentrates on the idea of the Post Office being the last place to do things. And I'm really encouraged, talking to the management of Post Office Limited, that they want the Post Office to be the first place you think of when you think of cash and other services on the high street. She asked about the additional 50% trigger that we have put in, and particularly and completely fairly raises the question of what that would mean for rural areas. So the access criteria in terms of access to the full sort of services that a branch provides are being maintained. So those protections are still there. This is very much an additional protection rather than an alternative to the protections that were already there for rural post offices. And for example, within the 11,500 criteria, drop and collect branches, those branches that don't offer the full service are included within that, but they're not included within the access criteria. So it is about protecting the access to the as full a range of services as possible for those. And then finally, on the point of Fujitsu, I met with Fujitsu shortly before the end of last year, and I made it very clear that we believe, as they have said themselves, that they have a moral responsibility to contribute substantially to the costs of the inquiry. They have said the cost of redress. They've said they wish to wait until Sir Wynn's inquiry before making a decision on that, but we will continue to have those discussions.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I ask the Minister, warmly welcome his statement today, two specific issues which relate to post office in my constituency. Mosborough Post Office, a fairly small one but growing business, but just on the margins of viability. Could you look again at how small post offices in communities which rely on them are supported going forward? And secondly, Woodhouse had the Lloyds Bank, his last bank there, closed. It's an old mining community. We thought it was an ideal place for a banking hub. We had someone willing to run it, Richard Trinder, who's the sub-postmaster at the Handsworth Post Office, but it was turned down because the banks aren't prepared to fund it. So he talked about discussions with the banks and the Post Office on a voluntary agreement being brought forward. Could he have a look at what he might do to enforce such agreements and change the criteria for banking hubs in these sorts of situations where they could be really vital to a local community?
He makes an incredibly important point, particularly about those smaller post offices who, as he says, are often the ones who will struggle, who are less able to perhaps invest directly themselves to tackle some of these issues, which is where the money that we're putting into network transformation is so important for them, so that they do become viable businesses where perhaps they might struggle at the moment. The banking roundtable that myself and Treasury Ministers chaired just before the end of last year. It is, as you say, as the Honourable gentleman says, a voluntary relationship that we're talking about. But I have to say that the banks all recognise the absolute critical importance of the Post Office in giving access to banking services to their customers, particularly in the light of recent high street closures with banks, and that's something that's obviously shared from the government.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for the advanced side of his statement, and I promise to set a good example for colleagues by keeping my response brief. As the Minister has laid out, responses to the consultation underscored the importance of post offices as community hubs, which provide vital services, not least to NHS patients, for the delivery of important medical correspondence. 99.7% of the population live within 3 miles of a post office, and 4,000 of these branches are open 7 days a week. And this is an increasingly important statistic, considering the rapid closure of high street services such as banks over the past decade. Now, the Minister has said that at least 50% of the network must be full-time and full-service branches. So many people rely on the post office to provide vital services. So can I ask the Minister to confirm that we will not see a reduction of full-time branches, and that he will ensure that opening hours continue to meet the needs of working people? The Minister also referenced the important community banking service that post offices provide, but he didn't provide specific assurances to the House House about other services provided by the Post Office, such as DVLA services and Passport Office services. He's mentioned expanded digital services, but this will not be a help to many of our constituents in this place who live in remote areas with poor broadband access or difficult phone service access. So can he provide a commitment that the Post Office will continue to provide these physical services to those people who will have difficulty accessing DVLA passport services digitally? And so can he commit that these will remain in Post Office branches beyond March 2026? And will he commit to multi-year contracts with the, in particular with the DVLA? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank her for those questions and for welcoming today's statement. Firstly, on the 50% additional protection that we are bringing in that she references. Just to reassure, in addition to maintaining the network of 11,500 post offices, the access criteria, so 99% of the UK population to be within 3 miles of their nearest post office outlet, 90% to be within 1 mile of their nearest post office outlet, 99% in deprived urban areas to be within 1 mile, 95% of the total urban population to be within 1 mile, 95% of the total rural population to be within 3 miles, and then the additional protection for particularly rural areas of 95% of the population in every post office postcode district to be within 6 miles. They will all be maintained, which should reassure with that. The point she makes about ensuring that post office hours match people's lives is something that's actually happening. Postmasters are doing that already. I visited a post office in Acton where they stay open weekends. They are open till 11 p.m. so that other retailers, other grocers, can come and put their takings in. So postmasters are doing that. And then finally, with regards to government services, it's exactly because we recognise the importance of post offices for vulnerable people, for people for who, whatever reason, might struggle with the choices that many other people are making about accessing government services online. Because we recognise the importance of that, that's one of the key reasons we're keeping the network at the level it is at the moment. But as I mentioned in my statement, we're also doing work across government to look at that idea of the single front door for face-to-face government services and the role that the Post Office can play in that. So we're looking to enhance that role that the Post Office plays.
Tom Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the announcement of £483 million to invest in our post offices around the country, and I join the Ministry in thanking our postmasters and our postal staff, particularly in my constituency at Southbourne Grove, Malmesbury Park, Hengstbury Head and Sea Road. What happens in the Royal Mail affects our postal services. It's unavoidable. So I will say that I have some concern about the adoption of the optimised delivery network in Bournemouth and broadly, but my question to him, and we were at a meeting with the Post Office fairly recently, a private discussion around their future. Does he agree with me that the work of government in this area is key, but also to build pride in our communities, to tackle antisocial behaviour, to have a diversity, a mix of offer on our high streets, because that really is the only way in which we truly regenerate our high streets in Bournemouth and across the country?
I thank my honourable friend for those questions, and I pay tribute to his own campaigning for his own high streets, and in particular for his local post office network. He's absolutely right that this response recognises the importance of post offices as an anchor in high streets. They help drive footfall. The community hub model that the Post Office are piloting is an example of how we can build on that and expand on their role as an anchor in the high street. But he's right, this has to be seen across that wider effort that we're undertaking to make high streets somewhere where people would choose to go, to make them more attractive, to make them places where people will choose to go to shop because they are not just part of the community. High streets and the high street businesses are where our community is made.
Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. King Swinford is the largest town centre in my constituency, but it's been without a post office since the Mid-Counties Cooperative closed the store in which the post office was located. That loss has become even more significant since Lloyds Bank announced this month that it was closing the only bank in the town centre. So the Minister's spoken about retaining a minimum post office network, but what will the government do to help reopen post offices in those town centres like King Swinford that do not currently have a post office?
He makes a really important point, and it can be really devastating when a post office closes, particularly in a small community. There will always be churn within the network. There will be businesses that succeed and fail as post offices. Obviously, our job is to make sure that the overall criteria are there and that the overall level of access is there for people. But with regards to this question of what can we do to bring businesses and post offices back to areas like that, that's exactly why the transformation investment that we're putting in is so important, because that's what makes the overall business profitable, but it's also what enables the post office to give a better deal to postmasters, which makes it a more attractive business to open in communities like his.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. High streets in towns like Long Eaton have come under growing strain in recent years, not least because of widespread bank closures. But around 1 in 5 people are still not using online banking, a group that disproportionately includes older and disabled residents. So I'm fighting hard for the establishment of a banking hub in Long Eaton. Given the clear need for accessible financial services, though, what role does the Minister envisage for post offices in supporting the regeneration of high streets in Erewash, and what support is he providing to strengthen the post office's financial services?
So I thank him for that question, and again I pay tribute to him for the campaigns that he runs in defence of his local high streets. As I said, just before the end of the year, we brought together Post Office Limited and the high street banks to begin that discussion about the future of banking and financial services within the Post Office, and the role that that plays, not just in ensuring that people have access to those banking services, but also the role that that plays in bringing footfall into local high streets. I think that the amount of the revenue that Post Office receives from the financial services and banking side of its business has doubled over a period where, for example, the revenue from volume of letters has declined. So we're absolutely clear about the importance of banking services to the future of local high streets through the post.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have a particular interest in this matter because the world's oldest post office is in Sanquhar in my constituency, which has operated continuously since 1712, despite some scares in recent years, and the Minister would be very welcome to visit it. But I would urge him to get some urgency into the discussion with the banks, because I think there is significant confusion between the banking hub legislation and rules and the role of the post office. And for example, in Sanquhar, although the Bank of Scotland have provided a banking advisor to come to the community after the closure of the branch, they won't allow that person to meet people within the post office. And likewise in Moffat, where we had a bank closure, the post office will not operate a vitally important cash machine which is required in that community. So will he increase his efforts to get the banks and post offices together to get a coordinated approach?
I was, Madam Deputy Speaker, going to make a cruel joke about him remembering the opening of that, but I'm too fond of him to make that joke, so I won't. He pays tribute to that post office. I'll gladly visit, perhaps on the way back to my constituency from Parliament one weekend. I have relatives in his part of the world, so perhaps I can double up. Look, I mean, we absolutely understand the centrality, as I've just mentioned, of banking services to the sustainability of the post office. We had that round table, even though the banking framework has just been renewed. We've already started those conversations. Ultimately, that will be a conversation between two sort of commercial entities, but we are facilitating that because we recognise the importance of it.
Jessica Toll.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year, I ran a community campaign to save Westbourne Post Office, which mobilised thousands. It was kept open. I also put pressure on Post Office Limited to reopen a full-service post office in Bournemouth Town Centre after the WH Smith closed. One is now opening again in May. Now, residents shouldn't have to fight so hard for their post offices. They provide a vital lifeline, especially to older and more vulnerable residents, to access government services and to our local businesses, as we have heard. So can the Minister tell me how he will ensure that post offices remain a fixture of our high streets and play a really crucial role in revitalising our high streets and town centres?
Well, she was a constant campaigner on behalf of local post offices, and I'm not surprised that she's had that victory. And I'm looking forward to visiting her constituency, and perhaps she can show me the local, or introduce me to the local postmasters while she's here. I mentioned earlier the transformation programme that we're funding, which is ultimately the way that while there will always be churn within the network and some businesses closing and some reopening, that should be a part of a natural cycle rather than because of business distress. And the transformation programme is about making sure that there is good postmaster remuneration so that the business succeeds. And I'll continue to work with her to make sure that the post offices in her constituency, but everywhere, thrive.
Afra Granville.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Government's commitment to retain the minimum network size of 11,500 post office branches. The Minister will know that this is an issue that I have campaigned on extensively, not least because I do not have a single bank branch in my entire constituency. There is a particular need for post offices in rural areas where other service provision is limited. So could he set out what support will be given to help rural villages like Kelsall and Threepwood, where the post offices are closing, and despite every effort, there has been no possibility of reopening a branch in those villages?
Thank you. And I remember when I responded to the debate where she was campaigning vociferously on behalf of local post offices in her constituency. I think today is tribute to the campaigning of her and other members on these issues. I also remember her telling me not only do you not have a post office, she doesn't have a McDonald's either, which is extraordinary. Again, I think we are maintaining the access criteria where the post office has to maintain accessibility to people in rural areas. But ultimately, it's by making the business profitable and remuneration of postmasters attractive that we do what she's seeking to achieve.
Scott Tarser.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a previous statement, I learned that the directly managed post office in Wester Hales and Edinburgh South West was to close. A really concerning time for the community, but Mohammed Arsad and his sons Amir and Adam, they stepped up and they absorbed the service into their shop, Plaza News. Residents now have longer opening hours to access the services, where they can use banking, they can pay bills, and they can also do things like get their passport checked. And it's the most British of places, Madam Deputy Speaker. You can queue up to send your parcel via Royal Mail, Parcel Force, DPD, and if you're feeling brave, Every, at the same time as browsing wool, knitting needles and knitting patterns in the aisle. It's a fantastic place. So whilst the transition was concerning, particularly when the news first broke, I really do think that the communities ended up in a better place. So can the Minister reassure Mohammed and his sons that what's been announced today is only going to enable them to serve their community more rather than less? Thank you.
I'm very happy to reassure Mohammed and his sons on that, but also to thank them for the work that they do for the community. He mentions the post office staying open. That's typical of postmasters who are not just running a business, they also have this really clear sense that they're serving their community. And that's why getting this right and succeeding with the vision that we set out in this Green Paper is so important.
Andrew George.
Speaker, I welcome the statement and I welcome the opportunity to meet the Minister to discuss these issues. A lot of people are talking about the question of either reopening post offices, which indeed the Post Office want to see reopen, or to avoid closure. And he knows that it all comes down to the remuneration. Because, as he will have heard from a post office operator, that they need to sell at least 450 stamps every hour in order just to achieve minimum the national minimum wage level of remuneration. Now, that clearly is the reason why in Portleven and Newlyn, where the post office want to reopen post office, no one's interested in taking those services on. So what can the government do to ensure that the remuneration levels are at a sufficient level to ensure that the network targets that he's outlined today can be achieved?
Well, I thank him for taking the time to meet with me to make the case for post offices within his area, which he did with some passion. I am left in no doubt, not just from conversations with him and other honourable members, but also with postmasters about the importance of ensuring the post office is able to improve remuneration for post offices, because that's how we ensure that the network thrives and survives. And that's why we're putting that £500 million into network transformation, so that the whole business, including those in honourable members' constituencies, are sustainable.
Danny Beales.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome today's statement and the government's response to the Green Paper, and in particular the commitment to 11,500 branches and branches being focused on high streets and a focus on accessibility. In light of this, does the Minister agree with me that it's ridiculous that the Uxbridge branch of the Post Office is set to close this May? And today we found out that TG Jones, the current operator, has withdrawn from the contract for a future branch and ended their search for a replacement. Will he join me in urging Hillingdon Council to pull their finger out, to stop blaming others, and to do all they can to secure a new site, including using their own assets if necessary, and join me in urging the Post Office to ensure we maintain a post office in Uxbridge Town Centre?
Hear, hear. Thank you. I'll perhaps use more parliamentary language than my honourable friend does, but absolutely I would encourage everyone to work together to ensure that his constituents do have access to postal services. And I recognise, while there's obviously good news today in terms of maintaining the overall post office network and the access criteria, that's little comfort if you are in a community where that churn of post office services is happening. And I'll very happily work with him on the issue he raises.
Blackman. There's an issue in rural areas about the loss of post offices, but there's also an issue in cities about the loss of post offices, particularly when your local transport network doesn't necessarily join you with the post office. My community are still reeling from the loss of the post offices in Spar as it closed those. Will the Minister give us some comfort that he believes that the remuneration package that is being offered will not just keep postmasters in the job, but will encourage new postmasters to take up the job, particularly when we have, as has been stated, another round of Bank of Scotland closures?
She makes a really important point about the impact of the closure of a post office in a local area. And as I said a second ago, we are maintaining the overall network, but that still means that there are areas where there are issues. We obviously directly as government don't set the remuneration, but what we do is support the post office through its transformation to make sure that they are profitable enough so that they can make running a post office business more attractive. And that's ultimately the long-term answer to the issues in her constituency, but across honourable members' constituencies.
Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's statement in which he referred to post office being multi-carrier parcel hubs, and one such carrier is Every, who I visited the depot of in my constituency of Hemel Hempstead last week with the G&B London region rep Danny Egan, and I met with dedicated couriers who are doing vital and often undervalued work. And I wondered how the government plans to support private couriers and companies who are willing to work alongside trade unions to ensure that these workers too get better pay and conditions.
Well, he's, as always, a doughty fighter for the rights of working people. My honourable friend, the Employment Rights Minister, has just disappeared, was here a moment ago, has obviously brought through important changes to make sure that there is a floor of decency in terms of people's working environment. And I know that Ofcom are particularly looking at other private parcel couriers and the service that they provide, and I'll certainly work with my honourable friend on these issues.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Following an exemplary local campaign and petition, it's a relief to record that the Post Office has just reversed its decision not to reopen the post office in Lyndhurst, often referred to as the capital of the New Forest. So may I ask the Minister, can he explain whether there is any overall government plan to try and coordinate this disappearance of banks with the emergence of banking hubs and the expectation that post offices will take on some banking responsibilities? Wouldn't it be a possible source of income for post offices if they could perhaps charge the banks for providing a service to undertake to take in checks on accounts held by those bank branches? At the moment, I believe it's very hit and miss which banks you can pay their checks into a post office and which ones you can't.
So I think most banks do provide services. I know there's recently been issues around Lloyds and the availability of cheque cashing. I'm really pleased to hear that the Lyndhurst branch has been saved, and I congratulate him and campaigners on that. The banking framework is an increasingly important part of post offices' income, and exactly that sort of relationship where the post office is paid for providing those services that have disappeared because of high street branches. That's exactly at the heart of that, and it's so important to the financial stability and future of the post office.
Right. Deputy Speaker, one of the key services which the Post Office supports in North Norfolk is our bank hubs. These are crucial to our market towns which have lost high street banks and those living in nearby villages. However, I'm frustrated at the number of banks who fail to provide crucial services in these hubs. I note his comments about the voluntary and commercial basis of participation, but can you tell me if he's considered reviewing the Financial Services and Markets Act itself to widen the requirement to include access to banking services, which would be of huge help to my rural residents and businesses?
Thank you. He makes an incredibly important point. I've only been a minister for 4 months, but I've already learned it's not a great idea to trespass too far into Treasury Minister's territory. But I'll certainly discuss the issues, the point he raises with colleagues there. And obviously our overall strategy is to make sure that there is access to financial services through the Post Office in as wide a range of communities as possible.
Ashley Fox.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement, and I welcome the commitment he has given to maintain the minimum network size of 11,500 and all 6 geographical access criteria. Now, currently 79% of the network is a full service branch. So can I ask the Minister to explain why the government has set the new 50% requirement so much lower than that? Is this to allow the Post Office to downsize by stealth?
No, it isn't, because all 6 of those criteria remain, and they will guarantee that accessibility to the fuller range of services that the Post Office provides. So I'm happy to give him that reassurance.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't think it will have surprised any of us to hear the Minister talk about the level of response from our community, saying how much they value physical post office services. I know my constituents in High Lane and round the Five Ways in Hazel Grove still mourn the loss of their physical post office branch. But when I was talking with Post Office Limited and local retailers after those closures, they talked about how it just wasn't viable to offer those services, the remuneration, but also the business model just wasn't fit for what fit in with their needs. The Minister in his statement talked about the desire to reduce the reliance on government funding, but also looking at additional services like prescription collection. So I wonder if he could talk a little bit more about where he sees the business model overall going for Post Office to ensure that running a post office or delivering post office services is viable so that my constituents get the services they need where they need them.
So obviously the business model of the Post Office would be a matter for the Post Office, but what they would say to me is that it's about continuing that central role of banking and financial services through the Post Office. It's about experimenting with new models like the Hub of the High Street, where they can partner with other organisations that perhaps don't want the full expense of their own high street presence, but can use the vast network of the Post Office to agree that. And then finally, it's about particularly the technological transformation that we're funding, which will improve the customer experience and improve the remuneration for sub-postmasters.
Final question, Helen Morgan. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Government's announcement today that it's going to maintain 11,500 branches, but in my constituency, outreach services that were only available maybe for an hour or two each week anyway, in Cockshut, Clive, Western Rhyn, Knockin, West Felton and Ryton 11 towns, have all been lost because of the retirement of a single postmistress in Trevonen. So the current criteria haven't protected those services, and the distance criteria aren't incredibly helpful when there's no public transport that can be relied on. And if you're a business, it's an incredible time waste to get in the car and drive 3 or maybe 6 miles to another post office to post something. So what can the Minister say to my constituents who are faced with long journeys to get to post offices? What likelihood is there of a post office reopening in their area, and how will that help them deal with these access problems of public transport and efficiency when they're running their businesses?
She makes a really important point, and my honourable friend asked me the question about isn't this part of a wider need to regenerate high streets. I think it's also true that it has to be part of a wider strategy to support rural businesses like the ones she mentions as well. I've spoken many times about what we're going to do to improve postmaster remuneration through the transformation investment that we're putting in. Perhaps before I sit down and we move on to the next statement, I can also encourage, because I think there is a new generation of postmasters coming through, and not only is it a fantastic business opportunity for people, it's also an extraordinary opportunity to serve their community and become...
Presentation of Bill, Secretary Steve Reid.
Grenfell Tower Memorial Expenditure Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
What day? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, okay. A minister should not, after I've asked the first question, for the next time round. Should we go again for the next one? Presentation of Bill, Secretary David Lammy.
Courts and Tribunals Bill.
Are you objecting, Sir Roger Gale? Marvellous. Then what we are going to then postpone that, no doubt. Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now move on to the 10-minute rule motion. Chalk Stream's UNESCO Natural World Heritage Site, Pippa Halings.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill requiring the Secretary of State to nominate the UK's chalk streams as a serial natural World Heritage Site. My bill concerns a rare natural resource of universal value. We in the UK are custodians of 85% of the world's chalk streams, our equivalent of the Great Barrier Reef, timeless jewels of our natural heritage. And yet we are allowing them to be drained dry and to have raw sewage dumped on them by water companies that put people before profit and the planet. My bill ensures we finally give chalk streams the same reverence and protections that we give to our greatest cathedrals or monuments. Our streams and rivers are just as much a part of our national identity and international significance. And a number of these rare and beautiful ecosystems run through my constituency of South Cambridgeshire, including Hobson's Brook and the rivers Cam, Granter, Shep, Ree, Mel, Wilbraham and Orwell. And they stretch far beyond my constituency, from East Devon through the North Wessex Downs and the Chilterns, up to the Norfolk coast, with a southern spur through the South Downs and into Kent, and a northeastern block in Lincolnshire and Yorkshire. There is nothing more British than standing beside a sparkling river with kids and children paddling and playing pool sticks. As the world around us changes, such scenes have brought joy to generations before us and should bring joy to many generations to come. But our responsibility is far greater still.
Article 4 of the UNESCO Convention places a duty on our government of ensuring the identification and protection for all humanity of our natural heritage, of which chalk streams are the national jewel. This is a huge opportunity for the government to advance its Pride of Place programme, pride locally, nationally and internationally. And we are here today in one of our World Heritage sites, the Palace of Westminster. We are proud to have 32 World Heritage sites in the UK, and yet only 4 are natural World Heritage sites. My bill requires the government to remedy this and to nominate the network of chalk streams as a serial natural World Heritage site. The whole process necessarily takes a few years, but as I shall explain, the goal is clear, the justification is strong, and the work must start now. To approve a site for natural World Heritage status, UNESCO must be satisfied that it is of outstanding universal value. In David Attenborough's words on his BBC series Wild Isles, they are one of the rarest habitats on Earth, supporting extraordinary richness and diversity of life, more plant species than any other type of river in the UK, providing critical habitat for rare species such as water voles, white-clawed crayfish, brown trout, and a unique chalk stream subspecies of the Atlantic salmon, alongside many specialised invertebrates. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are only 260 chalk streams worldwide. Their number is small due to the unique conditions and alchemy that's needed to form them. They exist only where water filters slowly through chalk aquifers, emerges at springs, crystal clear, mineral rich, and at a near constant temperature throughout the year. Or rather, that is what used to happen. Today, our chalk streams are in a perilous state. Climate change is one of the greatest threats to our nature and wildlife. Extreme droughts are exacerbating the damage already being done. We are letting our streams be drained dry because of untrammeled growth, allowing water companies and agricultural runoff to create a chemical cocktail of sewage and slurry. Wildlife is suffering. The chalk stream Atlantic salmon is close to extinction in some rivers, and rising temperatures threaten the survival of trout. That is why this House should make a clear commitment to restore and conserve these rivers. The government has itself recognised their value, and a minister once observed that if our chalk streams were buildings, they would be UNESCO heritage sites. Exactly so. UNESCO designation will help galvanise protection, public engagement and investment in their recovery. The nomination process will take time. Inclusion on the UK's tentative list is the first step, and for this, further research and monitoring, conservation planning and preparation of the case for nomination is needed. A fundamental requirement is the engagement of local governments and stakeholders and networking amongst them across the broad geographic span of the chalk streams. And in fact, this work has already begun in many communities where they treasure the value of a healthy chalk stream for their physical and mental health, recreation, where they're monitoring their water quality, acting as stewards, cleaning and maintaining them, fighting for their survival. Armies of volunteers, civil society groups, incredibly capable and connected, including the Wildlife Trusts, the National Cabba Chalk Stream Restoration Group, Wildfish, River Action, and in my constituency, here with us in the gallery, the Cam Valley Forum, the Cam Catchment Partnership, the Friends of the River Shep, the Granter, Fullborn Fen, and the Cambridgeshire Climate and Nature Forum. We need to see the government follow through and step up on its own assertions about its commitment to chalk stream conservation, because commitment at the national level for protection is an essential prerequisite for nominating a site for World Heritage status. And the UK has maintained certain legal protections. However, of the 200 plus chalk streams, only 11 are designated as a site of special scientific interest and only 4
as a special area for conservation. So much more needs to be done to ramp up to stop the sewage dumping and the abstraction that we've talked about. And that's why I'm joining many voices to call for listing chalk streams alongside ancient woodland as irreplaceable habitat, which they certainly are, in the National Planning Policy Framework, in line with the government's concession and promise during debate in this chamber, and I quote, to make clear unambiguously our expectations for how plan makers and decision makers should treat chalk streams. And we should also be ring-fencing substantial financing from the Water Restoration Fund. As a nation, Madam Deputy Speaker, that prides itself on its love for nature and prepares to celebrate the 100th birthday of nature's greatest advocate, Sir David Attenborough, we have a responsibility to act. It's a global responsibility handed to us by the rocks beneath our feet. So let's embrace it, celebrate it. Let's be the global custodians of our very own equivalent of the Galapagos Islands, the Great Barrier Reef, the rainforest. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill would start the journey to secure UNESCO recognition for one of the rarest habitats on Earth. We hold 85% of the world's chalk streams. Yep. With that privilege comes responsibility. Let us rise to it. I commend the bill to this House.
Yeah. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of their opinions say aye? Aye. As contrary, no? The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Dr. Ros Savage, Victoria Collins, Charlotte Kane, Liz Jarvis, Dr. Danny Chambers, Vicky Slade, Alex Brewer, Ollie Glover, Simon Hoare, Carla Denyer, Chris Hinchliffe, and myself, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Pippa Halings.
Chalk Streams UNESCO Natural World Heritage Site Bill.
Second reading what day?
February the 27th, Friday.
Friday the February the 27th. Right, if ministers are shuffling, they should do so now, very quickly. Friday the February the 27th. Right, if ministers are shuffling, they should do so now, very quickly. We now come to the general debate on Ukraine. I call the Secretary of State, I believe, the Secretary of State to move.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. Yesterday marked a milestone that none of us wanted to see. 4 years of Putin's war on Ukraine. 4 years of his brutal, full-scale invasion of this sovereign nation. A country, a proud country, that has fought back Putin's attacks and, let us not forget, has suffered 12 years under a pain of occupation. So this week, we stand with the families mourning loved ones, the troops fighting on the front line, and the millions displaced from home, yearning for the opportunity to return. Madam Deputy Speaker, 4 years ago today, a dozen Ukrainian border guards on the tiny isolated Snake Island in the middle of the Black Sea were surrounded by Russian sea and air forces. And when the Russians radioed to demand their surrender, the Ukrainians told the ship's command, "Get lost." Well, in fact, they told them in stronger terms that I can't repeat this afternoon in this House. But that defiance has driven Ukrainian resistance to Russia every day of the conflict since. And in Kyiv last month, That defiance burned fiercely when I met emergency workers, military chiefs, Ukrainian ministers and President Zelensky himself. Because Ukrainians, civilians and military alike, are still fighting with the same courage and determination which inspired the world in February 2022. I will indeed.
I'm sorry this is thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry this is early, but I just want to reflect. I was in Kiev at the same time as the Secretary of State, so I wanted firstly to thank him for his visit. We were there at the same time. And I was there also to see the apartment block where second responders were hit with a double tap strike, as in they'd gone to respond to rescue those and then they were hit. The Secretary of State is aware of the desperate need of air defence missiles and the lack of Patriots that are going in. Please, I know you'll address this, but is this something that's been raised with the utmost urgency? We need to defend Ukraine's skies.
Well, first, I thank the honourable gentleman for his visit to Kyiv and the fact that members on all sides of the House have regularly been to Ukraine. That lifts the morale of Ukrainian people. It reminds the Ukrainian people that we, the UK, stand with them as strongly now as we did 4 years ago. And the honourable gentleman is right. That morning I arrived in Kyiv. It was a morning when 90 Shahid drones had hit the city overnight. 21 of them had been targeted directly at residential accommodation, and the block that he and I both visited, which had the side of it ripped open by one of the drone strikes, was hit twice, deliberately, an hour and a half apart, so that those emergency workers that had gone in to help those suffering from the first strike were then hit and in one case killed by the second. This is an indication of the cynical tactics, the illegal tactics, the war crimes that Putin is committing in Ukraine. And it reminds us that we must redouble our determination to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Yeah. On the question of air defence, I'll come on to that later, but he's quite right. He and I were both told when we were out in Kyiv last month, it's President Zelensky's first priority, and he would have seen 2 weeks ago when I chaired the UDCG at NATO headquarters, I made a commitment that Britain was committing an extra £500 million package of air defence systems and missiles in order to meet that very urgent need, and he and I both saw that day. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, President Putin postures as a strongman. He wants the world to believe that Russia has unstoppable momentum on the battlefield, that Ukrainians have no choice but to concede on his terms, and that we, as Ukraine's Western allies, have grown weary. Well, he's wrong, wrong, wrong. This was a war Putin thought he'd win in a week, but 4 years on, he's achieved none of his strategic aims. Instead, he's inflicted terrible suffering on his own people as well as Ukraine. He is failing. Now, of course, Ukrainian troops are certainly under pressure on the front line, but Russia has now been fighting in Ukraine for longer than the Soviet Union fought Germany during the Second World War. Its forces are advancing more slowly than those in the Battle of the Somme, and nearly 1.25 million Russians have been injured or killed. The average casualty rate of Russian troops is now 1,000 troops each day, every day. And the average life expectancy now of a conscript deployed to the Russian front line is less than 5 days. So Putin's desperate to avoid a second Russian mobilization, and because he's desperate, he's turning to more desperate measures to plug those gaps. Increasingly heavily reliant on foreign fighters. He's already called on 17,000 North Koreans fighting for him on his front line. And now he's preying on thousands of men from Latin America, Central Asia, and Africa, sending them to their deaths on his front line. But Putin's war machine continues to be degraded. His war economy continues to be damaged. 40% of government spending is now on the military in Russia. Manufacturing is falling at its fastest rates. Oil revenues are plunging. Food prices are soaring. Make no mistake, Putin is under pressure. And he targets Ukrainian cities and civilians and energy supplies. And during this, the coldest winter for a decade, he's killed Ukrainian children in their beds, he's destroyed hospital wards, and he's plunged entire cities into darkness. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, for 2026, this government's mission, Britain's mission for Ukraine is simple. Support the fight today, secure the peace tomorrow, step up the pressure on Putin. I will, of course.
I don't know if President Putin follows these debates, but I'd like him to know that as far as the nation is concerned, the Secretary of State speaks for our entire nation. We're completely united on this. And can he also make clear that we're equally robust in not having any ceasefire on the basis that currently unoccupied territory is ceded? This would be an absolute disaster and simply encourage Putin to go further. But I just wanted to tell him that it's very important that our adversaries know that we are completely united in this House.
Secretary of State.
I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and as the father of the House, he's able to speak for the House, he speaks for all sides of the House, and he speaks also for our nation as well. On supporting Ukraine's fight today, this year we've spent the highest level ever on military assistance. And 2 weeks ago I convened and chaired that 33rd meeting of the 50-nation-strong Ukraine Contact Defence Group, alongside German Defence Minister Boris Pistorius. We worked to make this meeting a big UDCG with big commitments for 2026. So for the UK's part, I announced a new £500 million package of urgent air defence support, as I said to the honourable gentleman, President Zelensky's top priority.
Am I right to honourable friend give way?
I will in a moment. And in total, this UDCG raised nearly $40 billion in new pledges of aid for Ukraine. Ukrainians there called it the best UDCG yet. And it also sent a clear message to Moscow. We are more united and we are more determined than ever to support Ukraine. I give way to my honourable friend.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for giving way. He has been a steadfast champion for his country's support for Ukraine alongside his predecessors. This country is indeed united. But would he also pay tribute to those in our defence industry, including in my constituency, Stevenage, that have been manufacturing the Storm Shadow missiles that have been used on the front lines of Kiev, in Ukraine, and all other support that they will give in the future?
Secretary of State.
I will indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're proud of our British defence industry. It equips our armed forces, it has helped equip the Ukrainians, it has helped provide the essential aid to keep the Ukrainians in the fight for the last 4 years, and his constituents that work at MBDA in Stevenage are playing a really important part of that. Ukraine tells us, reminds us of a deep lesson that we'd overlooked for too long, which is that when a country is forced to fight or faced with conflict, its armed forces are only as strong as the industry that stands behind them. And we have great pride on all sides of the House with what the great innovation and British industry and the workers in it are able to do. I will. I'll give way to them.
The honourable member's mention of Storm Shadow reminds me of the fact that, particularly in the early days of the conflict, there was resistance, often from the other side of the Atlantic, to supplying Ukraine with some of the longer-range missile systems that are necessary really to inflict pain on Russia in its centre. Now that President Trump's contribution has been reduced to supplying weapons which the Europeans have to pay for before they can go to Ukraine, do we have greater freedom to supply longer range, more effective weapons to Ukraine, or are we still somewhat beholden to the wishes of people on the other side of the Atlantic?
Secretary of State.
The principle on which we have donated British-made weapons to Ukraine has been consistently for the defence of Ukraine, and that's how Ukraine have been using them and using them effectively. Madam Deputy Speaker, on security... I give it later on, Frank.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I thank the Secretary of State, and I would like to offer my wholehearted support to him and appreciate the tone of his speech. Would he like to say a little bit more about the valuable work that's underway in some of our tech industry at the moment working on defence technology, and perhaps say a little bit more about the way in which he's modernising procurement to encourage those vital companies to come forward?
Secretary of State.
Well, my honourable friend has, I know, some advanced defence tech industry firms in his patch. And we have some aspects of what we can do in this country which are valuable to Ukraine. I'll come on to a particular joint programme we've got with Ukraine in a moment. But I have also to say to my honourable friends, the Ukrainians are the most creative, the most combat experienced defence industry and armed forces in the world at present. And we also have a great deal to learn. It's important that we're able to welcome Ukrainian firms that wish to set up new factories, new plants in this United Kingdom. And I know the Shadow Defence Secretary welcomes just such a Ukrainian company into his constituency, as I do, set I hope to open this week. I will, of course.
On the subject of tech, the Defence Secretary may be aware of NP Aerospace of Coventry, which, among other things, manufactures body armour. And the MOD, as the Secretary of State will be aware, is at the moment purchasing body armour that is fitted to the female form, but not for the British Army, but for Ukraine, which is perfectly fine. But would he ensure that the British Army too puts out a statement of requirement for body armour for women, since it would be inappropriate if in some point in the future British service women found themselves serving side by side with Ukrainian service women having this high-tech body armour, but our own service women will not. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I have to declare an interest as the father of two service women.
Secretary of State.
Can I pay tribute to the honourable gentleman's two daughters serving this country, first of all? Say, secondly, I hope he got to that Coventry firm's exhibition in this house yesterday to visit and see for himself what they produce. Third, I would say, I hope he, and I think he does by his intervention, agree that first and foremost our duty is to support Ukraine, but I am very conscious of the broader point that he makes. We procure for Ukraine, we learn lessons, and we need to make sure that our own forces are equally well equipped for the future. Just checking on any further interventions at this stage. I'll give way to him. Madam Deputy Speaker, on securing the peace for tomorrow, we all welcome the US leading the push for peace, and no one welcomes those efforts more than Ukraine. And when the peace comes, which we all hope to see this year, Britain will be ready to help secure that peace for the long term. And I'm proud to serve in a British cabinet under a Prime Minister that was the very first world leader to commit troops on the ground in Ukraine in the event of a ceasefire. And following the Paris summit that he co-chaired last month, the work of the coalition in the willing is more advanced now than ever. He yesterday chaired a meeting of 36 coalition leaders. They confirm Ukraine can go into 2026 confident in the knowledge that when the war ends, it will have security guarantees, it will have a big prosperity agreement and a path to EU membership. And the coalition of the willing's multinational force for Ukraine will deploy. It will deploy when peace is agreed to secure Ukraine's skies and seas and regenerate its armed forces for the future. Both the British Army and the Royal Air Force are now conducting exercises in preparation, and I've accelerated £200 million already to ensure our forces have the kit they need to deploy. I will.
Could the Defence Secretary just assure this House when we will see the structure of the British component of multinational force Ukraine so that we can properly scrutinise how that force structure will look?
Secretary of State.
So the detail of the structure and the deployment will become clear and will depend on the context and detail of the peace agreement. The Prime Minister has said that in the context of a decision to deploy, this House will have the chance to debate and vote on that deployment, and it'll be, I suspect, at that point that we'll be able to set out that detail. He and other experts in this House will have the chance to examine that, debate that, and I trust give it their approval so that any British forces would be deployed into Ukraine in the context of a peace deal with all-party support. Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no more serious a decision for any Defence Secretary or any government than committing our armed forces on operations. But I want to be the Defence Secretary who deploys British troops to Ukraine, because that means that we will have a negotiated peace and that this war will finally be over.
Hear, hear.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain has been united for Ukraine from day one. This House, as the father of the House has said, has been united for Ukraine from day one. I will indeed.
Helen Hayes. Thank my right honourable friend for giving way. The exhibition in the upper waiting hall this week is called Voices from Ukraine, and it is a collaboration between my constituent sculptor Stephen Duncan and celebrated Ukrainian sculptors Oles Sidoruk, who is serving at the front line in Ukraine, and Boris Krylov. It is an extremely moving set of meditations on both the horror of the conflict and the resilience of Ukrainian people and their identity, which Putin is so viciously seeking to erase. Will the Secretary of State join me in paying tribute to these talented and courageous artists, in recognising the value of the arts and culture in how societies come to terms with difficult conflicts and trauma, and in encouraging all members across this House to go and view this important work this week?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend is to be applauded for having sponsored this exhibition. I'm delighted that she's been able to tell the House about it this afternoon. I certainly pay tribute to her and to the artists for what they are doing and the way that they are conveying the experience of their countrymen and women to wider audiences. I'll go one better, because this debate is starting rather earlier than we might have expected, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will join her at the exhibition before it finishes at 5 o'clock this afternoon, and I would encourage all other honourable members from all sides to do the same. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm glad my honourable friend has raised this wider question, because I speak as Defence Secretary, but I speak also with pride about the warmth and the welcome and the solidarity of the British people. Because 4 years ago, British people started to open their homes to Ukrainians, and Britain welcomed 170,000 Ukrainians into our own homes. Many are still with those same families. And community, charity, faith, trade union groups have all raised funds or collected supplies and often driven those supplies out to Ukraine. Our defence industrial links, which several honourable members from all sides have raised this afternoon, continue to deepen, and we will soon start to jointly produce in the UK the new Ukrainian Octopus interceptor drones. The government has I will one more time for now.
John Mill.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. And a number of members have drawn attention to manufacturers in their constituencies, and I'd like to pay tribute to Chess Dynamics and my own constituency of Horsham, who build world-leading tracking devices and design them. Absolutely state-of-the-art. But I also wanted to say I was also in Ukraine last year, and I was absolutely struck by the commitment and solidarity of the Ukrainian people behind the war, as well as our support, despite comments to the contrary. Would the Minister agree that, ironically, what Putin has achieved in trying to destroy Ukraine is in building an absolutely fantastic new national identity?
Secretary of State.
The honourable gentleman, first of all, is right about some of those outstanding firms in his Horsham constituency. Secondly, he's entirely right about the impact that Putin has had on Ukraine. Not building a new sense of national identity, because it was strong before his invasion. As I said, they had suffered occupation from Russian forces, and they have done for 12 years fighting against that. What it has done has deeply strengthened that identity, deeply strengthened that determination that they will remain a sovereign nation in future. And whatever briefings Putin is getting in the Kremlin, he's being misled to think that he is winning, he is failing, and it is our job with other allies to stand with Ukraine for as long as it takes. Madam Deputy Speaker, part of that is the military aid that this country has been providing to Ukraine, but it's action on other fronts as well. And the government's frozen now nearly 30 billion of Russian assets in the UK, imposed over 3,000 sanctions on Russian individuals, organisations and ships, including a package of 300 new sanctions announced yesterday by my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary. We know that Russia's vast shadow fleet bankrolls much of Putin's illegal war in Ukraine, and sanctions against it by the UK and our partners have already forced around 200 ships to anchor out of use. We've seen the impact on Russian oil reserves. It fell by a quarter last year. But we need to do more. We need to shift up a gear, and our military is playing a greater role. And that work has begun. The UK has already supported both the US and France to conduct maritime interceptions. And at the Munich Security Conference, I chaired a meeting of the Jeff nations. Defence ministers brought together to discuss conducting further operations against shadow shipping vessels. Today I can confirm the MOD is leading now a new joint operational task force to advance plans on this issue. Madam Deputy Speaker, after 4 years, weariness with the war would be understandable, but in Britain our solidarity endures. It's a solidarity grounded both in the deep respect for Ukrainian courage and in clear recognition that the defence of Europe starts in Ukraine. The British people understand the cost of conflict always outweighs the price of preventing war. We remember that 4 years ago, Putin's invasion sent inflation into double digits, and our energy prices are still 40% higher, our food prices still 30% higher, as we all daily pay the price of this war. And the British people also know that if Putin succeeds in Ukraine, he will not stop in Ukraine. And they see the Ukrainians fighting for the same values that we in Britain have done in past generations. The right of a free people to decide their own country's future. And so, like the leader of the House, the father of the House, I'm proud that Britain remains united for Ukraine. I'm proud that President Zelensky calls us one of his very closest allies. And I'm proud of the UK leadership on Ukraine, started under the previous government, stepped up further under ours. So let me end where I began, by paying tribute to the people of Ukraine. 4 years ago, we all remember, those expert commentators were largely in agreement. Kyiv would be captured, Zelensky would flee, Ukrainian command would collapse, and a pro-Russian regime would be installed while the world watched on. And if this war has taught us anything, it is never to underestimate the will of the Ukrainian people. They remain outnumbered, they remain outmatched in every domain, and yet they've recently retaken territory. They continue to strike deep into Russia, and in some parts of the front line, over 25 Russians have been killed for every Ukrainian life lost. So after 4 years of this brutal Russian aggression, 4 years of unbreakable Ukrainian courage, 4 years of enduring solidarity with those who stand with them, this must be the year peace is agreed. And our promise, our UK promise to Ukraine is this. We will keep up the pressure on Putin. We will stand by and support the Ukrainian armed forces. And when peace comes, we will help secure it. And we will ensure that it lasts.
The question is that this House has considered the situation in Ukraine. Shadow Minister Morton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a critical time for Ukraine. And as we mark the 4th anniversary of this war, the UK must continue to proudly stand shoulder to shoulder with our Ukrainian friends. 4 years on from Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, we all think of the innocent lives caught up in this terrible conflict, the innocent civilians, the families of brave servicemen and women, the Ukrainian children forcibly deported to Russia, all those who suffer life-changing injuries and those who have lost their homes. At the start of this conflict, the then Conservative government, led by Boris Johnson, with cross-party support in this House, rallied the world behind Ukraine. We supplied weapons, we provided humanitarian aid, we championed their cause, and we opened our homes to those fleeing Putin's brutality. We must never forget that this war was started by Vladimir Putin, supported by an axis of authoritarian states seeking to extinguish democracy on our continent. Russia's increasing reliance on Iranian drones and weaponry underlines that this conflict is no longer confined to one border. It is part of a wider alignment of regimes determined to undermine the rules-based international order. And we must remain united in defending shared values and the principle that aggressors should never succeed. It is crucial that there is a clear, united front in support of Ukraine. Recent Russian attacks, including those on Kyiv, which last year also damaged a British council building, underline why the UK and our allies must urgently deliver the military support that Ukraine needs. Putin still aims to subjugate Ukraine. The Euro-Atlantic alliance must ensure he fears the consequences. And Russia's response to recent ceasefire proposals shows why the West must remain resolute. Britain and our allies must continue maximum pressure on the Kremlin while supporting Ukraine on the battlefield. As always, it's ultimately for Ukraine, as a proud and sovereign nation, to decide its own future. Any settlement must secure justice and lasting peace for its people. Territorial concessions would reward aggression. Putin has shown repeatedly he's not serious about peace, and Britain must lead the way on sanctions and on international pressure. I'm very fortunate I had the privilege of visiting Ukraine twice, first in 2021 during my time as a Foreign Minister, and again in 2023 with the Westminster Foundation for Democracy, and I look forward to returning again soon. And I'm very conscious, Madam Deputy Speaker, that there are not just front bench colleagues, but many colleagues from across this House and the other place who travel to Ukraine. And it is such a strong and clear symbol of our unwavering support. For me personally, each visit has left a really deep and lasting impression on me. In 2021, I remember standing alongside Ukrainian leaders at the launch of the Crimea platform, reaffirming the UK's unwavering commitment to Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. When I returned, though, in 2023, what a different country it was. A country that was living under the daily realities of war. I met parliamentarians, civil society leaders and local officials, many of whom had lost their loved ones. Yet their resolve was and still is undiminished. That spirit, defiant, democratic and determined, must guide us here in our response. But one of the gravest crimes committed during this war is the abduction and forcible deportation of Ukrainian children, something that I know both sides of this House take incredibly seriously. Thousands of children have been taken from their families and communities and transferred into Russia or Russian-occupied territory, stripped of their identity, subjected to so-called re-education, and in many cases illegally adopted. This is not an unintended consequence of war. It is a deliberate policy designed to erase Ukraine's future. The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants in response to these crimes, but words and warrants alone are not enough. So I do hope, in summing up, the Minister may be able to set out what concrete steps the government is taking with allies and international partners to secure the return of these children and to ensure that those responsible are pursued without delay or hesitation. Of course I will.
State.
I am really impressed and pleased that she has laid such a stress on Putin's abduction of Ukrainian children, his attempt to brainwash them, and that sentiment has strong support on both sides. Would she recognise that my honourable friend, the member for Paisley and Renfrewshire South, is in Ukraine at the moment and has just been presented with the Ukrainian Order of Merit for her work on exactly this concern?
If I'm really honest, Madam Deputy Speaker, I didn't appreciate that she just was in receipt of that award and recognition. But I think it's absolutely fitting. And to those people who sat outside this place who say we do nothing and they badmouth us, it absolutely demonstrates that there are so many good people in this place. And so she rightly deserves that honour. And equally, I know there are many other people, colleagues in this place, who are very, very committed to Ukraine. And I think a number of them are either in Ukraine at the moment, on their way back, maybe even some of them are heading to this chamber later. Only time will tell. But I'm really pleased that he made that intervention. It's very unusual that the Shadow Minister takes or is even offered an intervention from the Secretary of State, but it was really, really important that we recognise that. Starting under the last Conservative government, the UK's support has been world-leading. £3 billion per year in military aid since 2024. 12 billion total including humanitarian assistance and advanced weapons from Storm Shadow missiles to Challenger 2 tanks. And Operation Interflex
What do you call it when someone goes like this? What's that? Kind of goes.
Non-committal?
Sure, yeah, he was kind of.
Yeah.
No, they're not. Well, various comments made, Jane, but as for David Campbell himself, the arrogance that we have become accustomed to during this trial on full display, shrugging as he was led down to the cells in handcuffs as if the jury had somehow got this wrong. Well, clearly they didn't. They have heard 3 weeks of evidence here, and the judge made clear his views on this, saying that this was a targeted assassination, a pre-planned execution. It was calm, calculated efforts to conceal the crime from David Campbell. He thought he'd literally got away with murder, and those lies were ludicrous. The question here is, did David Campbell almost get away with murder? Because we know that the police botched the initial investigation. The initial officers on the scene thought that he had fallen and there was some sort of medical episode. It wasn't until the body arrived at the mortuary for the post-mortem examination and those shotgun pellets fell out in a dramatic moment, and that is where the course of this story changed. And clearly that lost time allowed the killer to get rid of key pieces of evidence. There was no DNA found at the scene, no key vital pieces of information that could conclusively prove that he was the killer. So the prosecution in this case were left with a circumstantial case, 20 shreds of information that pulled together allowed the jury here to come to the conclusion that David Campbell was indeed the man behind the trigger and the man who killed and murdered, assassinated Brian Lowe on that country path. We are expecting to hear from Police Scotland, a senior officer within that force, in the next few minutes, and there will be key questions here. Are those officers who made those huge mistakes in those initial moments, are they still in a job? Will they be sacked? Will accountability be at the forefront of this, given the circumstances that we are dealing with here today? And clearly, what has been learned? Well, the senior officer leading this investigation has said lessons have been learned. Well, let's put that to the test and ask that woman in the next few minutes.
Do me a favour. You stand at the mic for me.
Yep.
See this light, right?
Yep.
How's that light for other folk? It's not the best of lights because it's a spotlight of it. Is that alright? Good man.
Where should Kez be for a cutaway?
Where are you going to be? Sort of here?
If you're there, I'll go here, right beside your camera.
Okay, so Kez ideally...
The other side?
The other side.
What are you using this for? I mean, I don't mind doing
We'll need it for the VT.
You're going to replace some of the VT?
Yeah, we'll replace the...
I don't know if you've seen Will's message saying that they're just happy to not update it.
Well, it needs to get updated because it's a right of reply.
Put it on
Yeah. If you're pointing in that direction, are you going to be on this side? If you're pointing that way. In which case, can I stand there?
No, I'll be on that. I'll be on that side, pointing this way.
Want any good picture? Want to get a good picture of me? Hello, eh? Is that going to cause you problems? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Here they come.
Channel from the library.
This was a complex and challenging investigation involving a number of specialist officers and staff from Police Scotland and the Scottish Police Authority who worked tirelessly to piece together the events leading up to Miss Gordon's murder. A team of 31 officers from Police Scotland's major investigation team, local policing divisions and specialist search colleagues were involved in the 3-month investigation. Detectives examined 2,400 hours of CCTV footage, captured around 1,000 statements, visited around 500 properties as part of extensive inquiries to establish what happened and who was responsible for Mr. Lowe's death. Expert witnesses in ballistics, biology, chemistry and cybercrime also played a crucial role in building evidence in this case against David Campbell. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge that our initial response to this tragic incident fell short of what Police Scotland and the public rightly expects. We have reflected and we have learned from what happened. This learning included a complete review of policies and procedures around attendance at unexplained deaths, as we take steps to try and prevent something like this happening again. Our thoughts today are very much with Mr Lowe's family, and I would welcome the opportunity to apologise to them personally for our initial response to the death. They have described Brian as a much-loved partner, grandfather, brother and uncle, who will be very much missed by all who knew him. They acknowledge the conviction at court today and have asked that their privacy is respected as they continue to process and plead. Violent crimes are extremely rare in the Aberfeldy area, and I know this incident caused shock and fear in the community. I want to thank all those living locally for their patience and support throughout our investigation, which saw extensive police activity for a long period of time in what is quiet tourist town. Your information was vital in helping trace the person responsible. Thank you.
Officer, you said there that the investigation fell short of expected standards. That is a huge understatement, isn't it? This was a monumental shambles.
We acknowledge the initial response isn't, to the standard that we would expect from Scotland or indeed what the public would expect, and we've taken steps to learn from that. Like I said, we've reviewed policies and procedures, particularly around attendance unexplained deaths.
How though can you train someone not to spot a gunshot wound? Is that not basic?
Yeah, like I say, we acknowledge there was failings at the beginning of this, at the beginning of the investigation during that initial period. And we've acknowledged that and we've apologised to that. And again, just reiterate again, we have taken that opportunity, I personally have taken that opportunity to apologise to the family personally in relation to that.
Given the police failings initially, how close did David Campbell come to getting root murder?
Well, again, we've acknowledged that there was that period of time over a 5-day period that things most definitely could have been better. However, we conducted a thorough and professional investigation throughout over a 14-week period. Where, like I said there, we captured about 1,000 statements, extensively reviewed CCTV, interviewed a number of witnesses. And we've got this conviction at court today, and that's I take a positive from that.
Has anyone lost their job or been reprimanded?
The initial set of circumstances would have been referred to the park, and it's would be remiss of me to comment on that, but it's been referred to the park for consideration.
Someone should lose their job over this.
What confidence can families in rural Scotland have in Police Scotland that you will properly investigate a death like this in the future?
I think that reassurance, the professional and thorough investigation that was conducted by my team.
Some would argue there wasn't a professional and thorough investigation carried out here.
I mean, I've acknowledged the initial failings, the first few days of the investigation. We know that they weren't of the standard that we would expect.
Are you ashamed of what's happened here?
I've personally apologised to the family, and again, I'll extend that apology again. It was unacceptable, and we move on. I take comfort today in the conviction of David Campbell.
But this happened
in robust procedures in place now. What are those robust procedures?
We've reviewed our policies and procedure, particularly around attendance at deaths, unexplained deaths, deaths outdoors. We'll take learning from it, and we'll do anything we can to prevent that happening again.
David Campbell seemed to think that he was clever. He seemed to go to great lengths to cover his tracks. You gave him a bit of a head start on that. If he executed his plan better, he could be free just now. Would you agree with that?
No, I don't. I keep saying we've conducted what I most definitely say a professional, thorough investigation. We've had a number of experts, like I've said, ballistics, biology, chemists. It's not just police officers, police staff as well. Everybody works together to get to the result we reached today.
Has the family accepted the apology you gave them?
I believe I have, yes.
If this happened in any other line of work, in the private sector, someone would lose their job immediately. It's basic. Do you believe, as the senior officer here standing in front of us answering these questions, that someone should lose their job as a result of this, to be seen to be accountable here?
certainly accountable, but I believe in learning. Learning has been delivered. Like I've said, hurt have reviewed circumstances. I can't comment on that side of things, but it's learning. We've reflected upon it and moving forward.
So the officer who found the man body to be non-suspicious, does he still have your confidence, the officer?
Sorry?
The officer, does he still have your confidence after a blunder of this magnitude?
The officer...
Detective Chance, I think.
I think the officer were concerned with evidence in court. I think he's reflective of his performance on the day. And
does he have your confidence? I mean, he found the man with serious wounds, took a photograph of it, sent it into following procedure on both him and others, I presume, when, yes, this blood-covered face is consistent with the fall, only to later find shotgun pellets. Does he have your confidence?
Well, I say the initial set of circumstances weren't of the standard that I would expect and what the public expect, what Scotland would expect.
I mean, a lot of people point out there that you've not said he does have confidence. You do have confidence in him.
We've got to, it's a learning culture, and I'm sure Constable Chance has taken the learning on board and will move on from this.
Has there been an internal investigation into Officer Chance's comment?
Again, I can't comment on that. The initial set of circumstances involving that officer referred to the Kirk for consideration.
Now that he's been convicted, how would you sum him up as a person?
Mr. Campbell. Cold, calculating, malicious, probably all negative words to be perfectly fair. And I'm thinking back to the impact on the family. This has been absolutely horrendous for that family. It's 2 years and we've really got to think of them right now. And extend my warmest sympathies to them tonight, and it's horrendous.
Just on that point, there was mentioning, or I think it was Ms. Carroll giving evidence, there was some criticism of how they were told about the death. You were talking about procedures being reviewed. Has how people are told about deaths also been reviewed? Because I think one of the criticisms was that the teenage granddaughter was told before she was, and she didn't seem too happy about that. Is that changing or to be changed, or is that just someone who didn't follow the procedure that they should have done?
Again, it's one of those things, that's probably not been dealt with well, and I acknowledge that. And again, I've spoken to Ms. Curran, and she's aware of that. We personally apologised on behalf of both myself and the Police Scotland that things could have been done better on that initial day, absolutely.
Has Police Scotland done anything well in this case?
Well, we've got a conviction today. We've got a verdict. Pardon?
You might not have got a conviction based on the evidence. A lot of it was circumstantial.
It was a circumstantial case, but it was a very good circumstantial case, and there's a lot of good work, and we've got to acknowledge the good work that's going in. We focus a lot on negatives, but let's focus on the positives as well. All the work that went in, the team over a 3-month period, 14-week period, all the work that went in, not just from the detectives, but from the specialists as well within Police Scotland and ASPA.
The blunders in this case among the most embarrassing that the forces have been doing.
Couldn't comment on that. I've said the initial response wasn't to the standard that we would expect, but I couldn't comment any further on other instances.
Finally, was it quite difficult? I imagine Ms. Curran was pretty devastated with the initial response. Can you talk about the work that, it must have been hard to build a relationship with her to get confidence? And today, obviously, she does have confidence in things because she stood beside you. How difficult was that to get her on side and things like that? Can you talk about that? Or is that...
Well, we deployed a family liaison officer to Ms. Curran and her family. They built up that positive. I met her twice myself when I sat and spoke to her. She knows the initial response was not to the standard we would expect. I've apologised to her. I've sat with her and I've explained everything through with her, and she's very accepting of that and very gracious and humble as well. I'm thankful. Thank you.
Yes, I did.
I'll send it.
Yeah, that's right. Answering questions for the first time since this investigation, since the arrest of David Campbell almost 2 years ago, and certainly since he was convicted and sentenced to 19 years for that execution on the outskirts of the Perthshire village of Aberfeldy. The words used by the officer I thought were interesting there, that the standards fell short of what was expected by the public and by the police. And the question posed by myself and many other colleagues here was that an understatement? David Campbell himself, while standing in the dock here at the High Court in Glasgow during his trial, took aim at police and said it was a monumental shambles. And the officer didn't go as far as that, and certainly didn't answer questions around whether anyone related to this case whatsoever will face the sack, will face misconduct proceedings. Sky News interviewed a senior detective, former Police Scotland detective, at the time of the murder, and he at that stage said, certainly from what was in the public domain then, that this would meet the bar for gross misconduct resulting in sacking. I have been trying to get some information from the Police Investigation Review Commissioner, who are essentially the watchdog looking after the conduct of police officers in this country, and certainly they are telling Sky News that they were directed by Scotland's prosecution service to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of Brian Lowe 2 years ago. They submitted their findings of that investigation on the 19th of August 2024, and we've had it confirmed that prosecutors still have that report now.